As you're doing the Jeopardy theme song, so.
Ooh, you want to use a gavel.
It's here, might as well.
All right.
All right. Chuck, I don't have the script, but I'm gonna pretend I know it. Okay, so,
We don't do that anymore. You have to wing it. Sorry. And I don't have the box. So you can just
so let's call this meeting
I
to
just-
order.
It's really just working with James is what's stressing me out because I don't have time to do anything.
Somebody please do my
Chuck, let's see
D4500
if
favor.
you, so let's
and
call
mute
this meeting to order. Chuck, if you could
I
do me
think
a
I
favor
got
and
that
mute.
person.
Um,
Are we ready?
yeah, calling this meeting to order.
Live.
This is the November 10.
him. I'm waiting for a microphone to.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, calling this November 10 meeting to order of the Reading Conservation Commission. We are,
This meeting is being recorded.
it's being recorded. We are conducting this meeting in person and over Zoom. Chuck, is there anything else we need to announce? We've got
I have
done with the
I have
COVID
my-
script. Go ahead.
Not with the script. I don't know of anything else we need to announce.
Okay, then why don't we,
Start with the script. Hello, everyone. This is Chuck Tironi, the Reading Conservation Administrator. Consistent with the governor's order superseding certain provisions of the open meeting law and allowing us to adhere to social distancing requirements during COVID-19, the Town of Reading Conservation Commission meeting is being held virtually and in person for audio and video participation of the Conservation Commission applicants and their representatives and the public. During this meeting, myself or the Conservation Chair will unmute commissioners, applicants, and representatives and members of the public individually as needed. During this commission meeting, the chair and the administrator will be the only ones permitted to share videos. These controls are in place to ensure that tonight's meeting is safe and effective. At this time, Chair Scanlon will conduct a roll call vote to make sure the members are present and can hear her.
okay, let's start with a roll call attendance. Martha?
Martha Moore, Vice Chair, present.
John?
John Sullivan, member, present.
Joe?
Joe Carnahan, member, present.
Ryan?
Brian Bowe, member present.
Anika Scanlon, member, present.
Thank you, everyone. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. Also be aware that other folks may be able to see you. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by this recording. All the material for this meeting is available on the Conservation Division page, and I recommend that commission members and the public follow the agenda as posted on the Town of Reading website. However, because this meeting is being conducted remotely, I advise applicants in particular that the commission cannot discuss or consider documents which were not previously posted. Unfortunately, information may, however, be presented orally. Similarly, members of the public are encouraged to provide written public comment, but should understand that not all participants nor commission members will be able to see any written comments during the course of this meeting. Before we get started on tonight's agenda, I'm going to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure that accurate minutes are taken. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. After the commissioners make their remarks, and these remarks have been addressed by the applicant, the chair will afford the public comment as follows. The chair will ask first members of the public who wish to speak to identify themselves by name. Once the chair has listed the public commentators, the chair will afford each one of them 4 minutes for any comment. The applicants may be requested to respond by the chair. After public comment, the chair will again go down the list of commissioners, inviting each one to provide any further comment, questions, or motions. Please hold off until your name is called. Finally, each vote taken during tonight's meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we get right to it with 1310 Main Street? So we are going to continue now the public hearing on an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation filed by Ocean Breeze Builders LLC, Michael Phillips, under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, for the review and verification of wetland boundaries on the property. All work is within 100 feet of the bordering vegetated wetland. The owner is seeking to have the Reading Conservation Commission review and approve the wetland delineation. The intent is to establish the wetland boundaries and then move forward with a residential subdivision with access off of Franklin Street. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under the project, which is Assessor's Map 41, Lot 75 and 84, DEP file number 270-0746.
So right now we have Tom from LEC has been unmuted. Tom, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Sure. And there's another Tom. Have you called in? Just to make sure, you haven't called in also?
I tried several times and I wasn't getting through, so I started all over again.
All right, so I'll mute
I
that.
did it earlier.
I'll mute that other Tom. Is there anyone else in your party?
No.
And Jack, is anyone else on? No. Just Jack. Okay, so we're all set to start. And I'm going to put up some information. Tom, do you want to give us a rundown of what you encountered while you were out there doing your review?
Sure. Went out on October 8th and we reviewed all of the wetland delineations that were completed by Norse Environmental. And also, as usual, we review the entire parcel, upland areas and everywhere else to look for any other potential resource areas. In the course of the review, frankly have no recommendations for any changes on any of the delineations that were made. I did find an additional isolated wetland, which I sketched and sent a brief email report on. You have I think you have a copy of that. And also while I was out there, I noted a number of potential, emphasis on potential vernal pool areas or habitat for vernal pool species. And with the recommendation that, further investigation be made to see what the status of these are. They all were holding approximately a foot or more of water. They looked to be confined. There was evidence on the ground of, where the water levels were a little bit higher than that day. So there were, darkened leaves and organic material, which are the kind of things you look for as a potential vernal pool. Of course, we can't call it a vernal pool unless someone documents or confirms that is suitable for habitat for various amphibians and macroinvertebrates, which are specifically listed as vernal pool indicator species. And that's typically done in the spring during the mating season because it's specifically about reproduction. So without the ability to do that, we just identified that there were potential pools out there. Those are also on the sketch you have up, just a rough estimate of where they are.
Okay.
Okay. At this point, are there any members of the commission who have any questions for Tom or? Chuck?
Yeah, Tom, I have some questions. I'm gonna get a little closer to one of these. Do you see where my cursor is? This vernal pool you've located at the bottom of this wetland area. I was wondering if you thought it was in a different spot or the whole thing, or what led you to just, highlight just the lower half or screen south?
Well, at the time, that's where I saw the water that was accumulated. It was confined to that end of it, which is a little bit downslope, but there's potential for it to be larger. And I didn't make any attempt to try to delineate vernal pool because, as I say, it's the wrong time of the year, and I think that would take a little bit more detailed investigation.
And this one here, which is the isolated wetland, are you this one isn't highlighted. Are you sure that there's not a vernal pool there, or that's also something that needs to be investigated in the correct season?
I didn't see anything there.
Okay. Those are my two questions I had.
Okay. Any other questions from conservation, just initial questions from conservation members at this time?
We can't see Martha and John.
Let me just look on the,
So I'll just fill in some space while you guys are looking. So when I'm looking at these vernal pools, knowing that we really restrict about 100 feet of habitat for each vernal pool, it looks like there's a 100-foot line on there, and just doing some quick math, most of the vernal pools, except for the two that I talked about, would be in back of that 100-foot buffer zone line. I don't know by how much, but maybe a third back from there. So it seems like it would bring up the, which is our typical no structure zone, which is this 35 foot in this area here, up maybe up into this halfway in between the 35 and the 100 foot. And then this one here seemed to, if this upper section became a vernal pool, it would extend this area, and I think that would be significant to this project. And this one also, but Tom says that he doesn't feel like this is going to turn into a vernal pool even in the spring.
Joe?
This is a comment, not a question, but if I understand the sort of well, actually I'll put this in the form of a question to Tom. If I understand what you found that you're presenting here tonight is sort of, it's really, we have to look at both pictures, because what Chuck's presenting right now shows the previous wetland delineation plus potential vernal pools, and then there's another document that has an additional wetland delineation for
right.
for an isolated one. Yeah, it's just to the north, or I guess green right of the one with the potential pool.
And Tom, just to ask, so you identified this additional wetland area. Is there any indicators you saw or potential indicators of vernal pool in this isolated wetland?
No.
Okay. And that's based on?
Soils and vegetation, same as the others.
Okay, but your estimate about it being a vernal pool or not being a potential vernal pool is based
There was
on
there was no evidence of any significant standing water for, a
long
significant period of
periods of
time.
time. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but just following up on Chuck's observations about impact on any potential project here, I would think actually that given that this one crosses the 100-foot buffer from the previously identified wetland, even if we got 100, but even if that did turn out to be a vernal pool in the isolated wetland there, this is actually probably the development, or interesting choice of words, the change that would have the most impact on any projects here.
Okay. I'm just gonna, Martha and John,
You have to turn it off.
I'm sorry about that. Martha and John, I'm just gonna trust for this meeting that, if you have a question, you guys are gonna raise your hands. Just wanna say that, just to keep things moving. So at this point, questions from the public? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jack.
Jack Sullivan, owner of the Sullivan Engineering Group, engineer for the project. Tom, thank you for the review on this project. I did review what Tom had submitted to the commission. I do need to go out. I'll survey locate the F-Series isolated wetland. I did have two things to say. Behind the Reading Animal Clinic, that one isolated wetland that Chuck was looking at, LEC had done a peer review for the animal clinic project, and that isolated wetland came to light during that peer review. So it had been looked at when that project was done and also this project. And there was no indication it was a vernal pool at that time. I think I'm going to talk with my client, but obviously we're going to have to address the vernal pool issue in the spring. And I know at one point in time that the existing single-family home in the back there, they did do some sort of project out there. I think they had filed a notice of intent, so I'm going to look into the findings on that as well to see if there was any determination made on that depression that may or may not have a vernal pool. But we'll also be able to tell in the spring.
Right.
Yeah. So I would basically ask to continue. I'll locate the F-Series line, but I don't think any determinations will be able to be made until the spring as far as the vernal pools. And it sounds like I have dealt with vernal pools in Reading a lot, but usually I'm able to stay outside of 100 feet. I've never had to go inside of the 100 feet. Is there a strict 100-foot? And I know there's some new members, so it's good for everyone to know. Is there a strict 100-foot no build outside of a vernal pool?
We don't, if you're asking for an exact site, we haven't been dealing with vernal pools construction for a while.
Yeah.
We do have regs on it, and so we have town regulations on it, so I know we have restrictions. I can't recall 100% if it's no build within 100 feet. I thought there was also a 400-foot buffer
So
for
let
vernal
me
pools as well,
correct you.
so
Let me
go ahead.
correct you. So when we did 364 Lowell Street, it was 100 feet. From that, that was the Jamie Mon, Bill Hecht, Bill Sullivan commission. And you'll find all the information under isolated vegetated wetlands in our regulations.
Okay. I know there was some discretion. It was kind of gray in the bylaw. I've read it before on other projects, and then I'm like, I had the ability to stay outside the 100, so I just did. I stayed out. We may have to do that here, but basically, I'd request to continue. I will locate the flags that were put up by LEC before the snow flies, just so we can have them in case something happens over the winter. And then odds are we'll be revisiting this in April, May of 2022.
So Jack, when you do the plan, can you show a 100-foot buffer from the vernal pools too? That would be helpful.
I don't know where they are yet, though.
Oh, I was thinking, no, that's, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking like, here they are right here, but no, I get it.
In the spring.
This sketch is not accurate by any means, so
No.
it would take somebody a biologist going out there and delineating if they are in fact vernal pools, the limit of that, high water during the spring and habitat potential, so.
Right.
And like he's saying, you couldn't figure an offset or determine that until that's done in the spring.
Odds are in the spring, Tom and the commission and Norris Environmental will go out and take a look at the site closer.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I'll request a continuance.
Jack, do you know when you're gonna continue that to, or a date uncertain? Well, don't say that, but it would be better to continue to a date certain, so you don't have to re-advertise.
Right. Why don't we say the first meeting in January? 'Cause
Okay.
Whatever your first meeting is in January of
Sure.
2022.
I'll get that right now.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you very much.
sure, thank you.
Tom.
At this point, I'm going to open it up to the public and see if the public has any questions or comments, either virtually or in person. Please raise your hand. Not seeing any. Any other questions or comments from conservation members?
Not till spring, apparently.
Not seeing any. I'll entertain a motion to continue.
To January 12th, 2022.
I move to continue this hearing about 1310 Main Street to January 12th, 2022.
I'll second that.
Okay,
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan in favor?
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor.
Carl Ciccone in favor?
Carl, welcome.
No.
Trying to find
Okay.
Carl's.
This is Coney. It doesn't say Carl.
I also can't use my video for some reason.
I've just given you power.
Chuck's letting you in. Chuck's letting you in. Thanks for joining us, Carl.
Here.
Glad to have you. Okay, let's get to the next hearing. Where is it? Just trying to find it. All
It's,
my open items here.
Small Lane.
Okay. Yep, we're definitely on time. So at this point, we will continue the public hearing for 0 Small Lane, notice of intent filed by LLC Megan Johnson Delray Realty pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. The applicant is proposing to construct a limited project stream crossing with retaining walls, wetland alteration, wetland replication, drainage, grading, and associated utilities. All work is within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed on the conservation page under the current project. Assessors map 40 and 41, lots 153 and 155 and 29. And this is under DEP file number 270-0748.
Is there anyone here representing this project? Could you please raise your hand?
Hi, this is Maureen Harold. I'm here tonight.
Sure.
Welcome, Maureen.
Hi. So I wanted to come in front of the commission and check in with the commission regarding this project. So I know we've been at a bit of a standstill. We filed this project back in June 30th, and the commission wanted it to go out to review. I know there was a bit of a delay about proposals because there was a lot of busy consultants at the time. LEC was selected. I believe the town had received the check in mid-September. And I guess I'm inquiring about when we may get LEC's review for this project. It's been about 2 months that we've been waiting for it.
So LEC, when they let me know that they'd be available for the next meeting, they almost made this meeting's deadline with their information. So I'm sure by the next meeting that they'll be able to present their findings,
Okay.
I guess.
Okay, so if we could possibly get that information 2 weeks in advance of the next meeting, that would be very helpful. Just because that would give us some time to address their comments on the project. I'm sure they're gonna have comments and concerns. And I wanted to ask the commission if you wanted to discuss the project this evening.
I will, I think we can discuss our site visit, which we were out there this week. But I think without LEC's review, I'm not sure it makes sense at this time to go into it. So, does anybody wanna, go over the site visit? Anybody have a summary on that? Well, I'll kick it off, I'll start. We met there, was it Tuesday?
Yesterday morning.
Yeah, it was Tuesday. We met out there Tuesday morning. Maureen, we walked the site, we walked the center line, stakes for the road. I was able to do another walk around the whole outside perimeter, sort of, up over the uplands and down the other side, and really just follow the wetland line all the way around. And, it was just really very clear looking at the plan and looking at the stakes in the ground that the real pinch point, the place where the wetlands come together the closest, is pretty close to that buried culvert pipe.
Right.
Yeah, and it just got a lot of thinking happening about, what's the right way to proceed? Can this project proceed? Where would, if wetlands are recreated, where does that happen? What trees get taken? There's some really old growth, mature oaks out there that look like they're coming down. So it was helpful to get back out there, especially with how this project has been sort of, as you pointed out, has been sort of languishing a little bit, just because that's how it's been going. So
Just to clarify one thing, so the oaks that are coming down, looks like they're coming down, they're marked to come down, they're very healthy trees at the moment. Just wanted to.
yeah,
Yes, right.
Right, so all of the trees that are located within the erosion controls or the buffer zone, those will be the ones that are proposed to come down. But we'll comply with the local tree policy, and those will be replaced. And regarding the crossing, I think there'll be some improvement done to the crossing. I think that culvert is compromised or has been compromised in the past. We're proposing to replace it with a box culvert and comply with stream crossing standards. So we are trying to improve the existing conditions as best as we possibly can. Just as a side note, we were hoping originally if we could put in like a common driveway to completely avoid the whole roadway route for this project. Obviously, a common driveway would limit the amount of disturbance to the wetland, the disturbance to the buffer zone, but unfortunately, the town does not allow that. They are requiring us to put in a full roadway. So I just wanted to note that to the commission.
okay. Duly noted. Joe?
So, yeah, I do recall, Maureen, the earlier conversations about the fire department and the shape of the turnaround and everything. On the subject of the turnaround, that was another thing that we looked at, that area, because that is in fact the place where the proposed wetland fill and then, the required replacement for that have to happen. And so there was a question about if and how the bulb of the end of the road or the road itself could actually move further towards the hill, and whether there is a possibility. I can infer from the just over 20,000 square foot upland markings on the plan that there's probably a reason why the road is there, but I do want to ask about whether there's a possibility of adjusting the direction of the road or the bulb in order to potentially require replacing less wetland.
Right, and I believe that was brought up at a previous hearing, maybe 1 or 2 months ago. And that's something we're more than happy to look into to minimize impact. We haven't done a thorough investigation because we've been waiting for LEC's review to come back. We know they're likely to require changes to the plan, so we were hoping to be able to address that concern the commission has in addition to whatever other concerns the LEC raises.
Glad to hear that that's still in mind. Thanks.
Okay, at this point, any other questions from conservation members? Martha?
Yes, I just was noticing when we were out at the back end of the property near TH4, there's a depression, looks like some soil was excavated there. And there are 2 trees on the edge of that depression that are marked as deciduous trees, but I think they were actually coniferous trees. And then on the opposite side of that depression, there's a big trunk, 4-trunked oak that's not marked on the map. And we noticed that there's a whole chunk of land back there that does not seem to have the trees marked on it. Are those trees you're planning to mark later, or did you just sort of run out of energy to do the trees at that back end of the property?
So the thought was to come in with the commission with the roadway and the driveway, because obviously I feel like this is the most difficult part of the permitting. So we really focused on the roadway and the driveway and the wetland crossing. The individual house lots will be filed separately with their own notice of intent. We'll pick up the additional trees within the buffer zone at that time.
Okay. All right, that was the only question I had that other people did not already bring up.
Okay, any other questions from conservation members?
I have a follow-up question if no one's. So, Maureen, I think it would be helpful if, so there's no confusion, that you put a limit of work line on the plan when it's established or updated, so we know exactly the area that we are reviewing for this application.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not a problem. When's the commission's next meeting?
December 8th.
Okay. And are you folks meeting once a month in December or twice?
Once.
Oh, okay, so December 8th. So Chuck, when do you think LEC is gonna get me something?
Well, I'll make a call tomorrow and I can, I'll actually make a call on next week and get back to you, but I could send Ann an email and then just correspond with you when she answers.
I'd really appreciate that if you could do that when you get a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So if there's no other questions, why don't we continue to December 8th then?
So,
Well, I'm gonna check with the people present here.
Oh,
Any members present here have questions? No?
For President.
so Maureen, I have to bring this up. Unfortunately, I have to bring this up. We're not gonna be able to go too much longer without resolving the bylaw fee and the state fee. I think that needs to be first and foremost what we talk about at our next meeting. We can't deliberate this entire thing and then still have that hanging out there. So just, we asked you at the last meeting through Jack to contact us. No one did that. And we're still waiting to hear about the fees. But right now, the fees aren't accurate with the wetland fee from the state or the bylaw fee. So this is,
So regarding the state fee, Chuck, I'm not sure what the disconnect is, okay? So I don't know what it is you feel that's not accurate, or if it's a category that's missing.
yeah, that must be new information, because I actually highlighted it all and sent it to you months ago, and it's never been addressed. So maybe for tonight's meeting, you're not prepared to talk about it, but it was highlighted and sent to you. I actually have that still on my desk.
Okay, so.
And I checked with
in the-
DEP, and they said that they're all appropriate, and it's up to the commission to push the issue.
Okay, so, I mean, this isn't like something intentional, Chuck.
No, I'm not
okay?
saying it's intentional, I'm just,
So perhaps I did get it months ago, and I can go back in my email and take a look at the state fees. And if they're wrong, and I'll fix the form and get the commission the fees, that's not a problem. Regarding the bylaw fees, I know Attorney Bill Roya had sent you an email. I was CC'd on the email asking to set up a time to possibly discuss it with you. I believe he's on tonight. I don't know if you two want to set up a time to discuss it, or if this is something that gets discussed at a public hearing, I'm not sure.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Bill.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi everyone, thank you. It's Bill Corey from Lehman Bronstein. Yeah, we are willing to talk about the issue, and I did reach out to Chuck about that. I know he probably gets a ton of emails, so I understand if that was overlooked, but any way you want to do it, Chuck, or how you want to set that up, whether it's at the public hearing or before that, in preparation for the December 8th hearing, that's fine with me. We are available and we're at your disposal to discuss that.
so I think that would have worked between the last meeting and this meeting, but I think it's something that the commission should end up taking on. I mean, actually, there's gonna be a lot of time between this meeting and the next meeting, so, yeah, let's set up a time, and it won't be a problem. Let's see if we can move this thing forward and then bring our results to the commission. Does that sound appropriate? I think I found your email sent on, well, actually, I don't think I found your email. So anyways, could you send, or let's start the whole process again next week, and I keep saying that because we're off tomorrow and Friday at Town Hall, and so it would be next week, and then we could set up a time and proceed, and that would be great.
Yeah, sure. If it's okay, I'll leave it with you. I'll work around your schedule, so when you're back in the office next week, if you want to just send a meeting time proposed, I will definitely be flexible and arrange my schedule around that.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you,
Very
Bill.
good. Madam Chair, thank you.
I'm glad we can connect on this and get this resolved. It's been hanging out there for quite a while,
Yep.
for a number of reasons, but look forward to getting it dealt with.
All right, thank you.
Likewise, thank you.
Okay, so are there any other questions from the public about this? And any other questions from conservation members? Seeing no hands, I'll entertain a motion to continue.
I'll move to continue the hearing on Zero Small Lane to our meeting on December 8th.
I'll second that.
Chuck, was there
Mark,
something?
was in favor?
John Sullivan in favor?
Carl, you want to go ahead of me because you're on Zoom?
Carl Ciccone in favor?
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian go in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I have my emails right here. I don't see an email I know we're live on, TV and all that, but I don't see any emails. So-
well, I thought I heard Bill say he could re-forward it. That was part of the.
No, it's not a problem. I'm just making it clear. I would have, obviously, negotiating it would
Yeah.
have been something that the commission asked for. I would have taken care of that.
We'll be revisiting it.
Okay.
We'll get to it.
it.
So,
Just to make sure.
Negotiation.
Oh, yeah, great.
We talked about that.
Great. So, Brian was just saying that he'd support me with that, and I think what he means is he'd like to, we would,
help you
we would,
Be involved.
he would be the representative for the Conservation Commission at this meeting.
I'm amenable to that.
Does that seem okay for everybody?
Or fine with me.
Great.
Okay.
All right. Now we're on to the
Thank you,
next
Brian.
one. Thanks, Maureen. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, okay, so we are on to, moving right along. Let's continue with the public hearing for Lot A Main Street, next to 1261 Main Street. We will continue the public hearing on notice of intent filed by, LLC Frank Lanzillo pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act. The applicant proposes construction of a new single-family dwelling on a vacant lot. New improvements will also include driveway and utilities. All work is within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed on the conservation page under the current project. Assessor's map 51, lot 95, next to 1261 Main Street, DEP file number 270-0749. So is the applicant here for this one?
I am in attendance, Giovanni Federa with Federa Engineering. I am the project engineer. So since the last meeting that we held, there has been multiple changes, and if I can share my screen, which I will put up right now. The previous plan, what we showed was, let's see, this was the previous plan. LEC, they redelineated the wetlands. We agreed that we would not challenge that and we'll just move forward and just re-engineer kind of what we were working with. And so this was the previous design of the house, the driveway, etc. And since then, we have been really looking at it on how to, have less impact to the wetlands. So this was what we came up with. The house was redesigned, the driveway was relocated, and it was really just redesigned to utilize the open upland area up here, and at the same time try to have less impact to the wetlands, but at the same time trying to keep the house outside of the 35-foot no-build zone. So by doing that, we had to propose impacting wetlands and replicating wetlands so that the house would, when the project is all said and done, it will be outside of the 35-foot no-build zone. Additionally, we have included a stormwater infiltration system on site. There's a catch basin to mitigate stormwater from the northern abutters located in this general area, and is located right here. So it'll be a low point, it'll shoot right under the driveway and into the wetlands. The driveway is proposed to be a pervious asphalt. There's going to be 33 healthy trees that will be removed and 2 dead trees. Replantings will be 48 shrubs and 14 trees. That counts as 38 additional new trees to be replanted. To to maintain the 25-foot zone of vegetated cover, we're proposing a hedge-like boundary right along that area. And it'll help, maintain the 25-foot zone. But grading of the area is no greater than 3-to-1, and the wetland replication will be at 2-to-1. So 2 for the wetland replication area of 800 square feet, 850 square feet, and the wetland impact area of 421 square feet. So after really looking at this multiple times, I really, believed that this would be the best design. In LEC's report that they provided when they did their peer review, they did see standing water, which was located in this approximate area, and it was field located, and so it being a potential vernal pool, I wanted to take that into consideration and show the 100-foot buffer from that. I didn't want to get any closer for the house to go encroaching in that, so we stayed outside of that boundary. We could push the house maybe slightly back a little bit more, but then again, we're getting into we're getting closer to the potential vernal pool. In addition, we also have the stormwater infiltration system in this back area right here, and that will leave us with little room to add that stormwater system. So after going through the design multiple times, I really feel like this was the best layout to, for what's proposed and what's given on site, as well as providing a house that is a nice house for the town of Reading that can be, added into the town as, a reasonable size for maybe a new family coming into town. So there is an entry located right here. And if we zoom in, it's kind of right along the side of the house. This would be an entry to the house, and it'd be a deck-like structure. That would be over 31 feet away, which we can discuss, and I'll leave it up to the commissioners if they have questions, and I know there will be questions, so I'm happy to discuss further.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna just go through a little bit of roll call order. Martha, do you have any comments on this at this point?
I actually have quite a few. Do you really want to start with me?
Sure.
Okay. All right. One thing I'm concerned about is the spacing of the red maples on the north side of the house, closest to the second house in from Nelson and that shed in their backyard, especially. It says in your narrative that the trees and shrubs will be planted 6 feet on center. And I think we have been preferring to have red maples planted 20 or 25 feet apart, and those don't look like they're that far apart. Some of them are pretty close together. So for better survival, it would be good to have the trees well spread out. Okay. It looks to me like the driveway is still within the 35-foot zone, which is supposed to be the no structure zone. And even a little bit of the driveway, even after you do the filling of the wetland, is still going to be inside the 25-foot zone. Mostly you have those shrubs going along the 25-foot line, but there's that group of about 4 that are next to the driveway, and the 25-foot line pokes into the driveway. So I'm concerned about that. Okay. Will the area outside the shrub row, which will therefore be less than 25 feet from the wetland, is that intended to grow up into a zone of natural vegetation, and will the homeowners be expected not to mow in there? Yeah,
That is correct.
okay.
Over past the hedge boundary, it is expected to naturally grow.
Okay. And I'm sure it will be fine if they try to keep the invasive species from coming in there, but not to be having it mowed like a lawn. Okay. All right, at the turnaround, in one of your maps, it shows a couple of existing trees that look to me like they're right on the 25-foot line, somewhere down near that driveway turn. It would be on the other view that changed to it, yeah. This one. Yeah, there are a couple of trees there that are marked for removal, T18, for example. And I'm wondering whether those really need to be removed, or whether we could save at least those original trees.
We could probably save those trees. The reason why I marked it out as removal is just because of constructability. It'll leave some space for the construction workers, the trucks, potential, stockpile, just to have that extra area. If it was removed. And we are replanting over the 33 number of removal trees, the healthy removal trees. We have 38 replants. So I figured to give constructability during construction time, some parking, it would be more beneficial, especially when you start doing work in that area, when you're putting utilities in the driveway and you're digging 5 feet down, regrading. I figured it'd probably be more beneficial to remove it and replant rather than to keep it.
Yeah, just an 18-inch tree is a whole lot more habitat and carbon sequestering than a 3-inch caliper tree that's being planted after the fact. So, I'm looking at all these trees coming down and wondering if there are any that we could avoid removing and preserve a little bit more of that habitat. Okay.
I think, we can make measures to save it for sure. And to look at that option, as long as the constructability is still in proper working condition, I think we can make that effort to save it.
Yeah. And those are just two that look like they might be promising. There might be some others elsewhere that are a little bit further away from the bulk of the construction that I'm wondering if they might possibly be able to be saved. Like up at the upper left corner by that shed, there's a T28 and a T24, and they're right at the boundary of the construction area. So again, just if there are any of those trees that don't really have to come down, it would be better to save them. Okay, and my next comment is about snow clearing. And it seems to me with the row of shrubs right along the driveway, there's a good chance that those shrubs that you plant will get damaged by the snowplow. Sort of in the area near where the culvert goes under the road. That stretch of shrubs there are going to be lower survivability because of their location. And I'm also concerned, where is the snow plow gonna put the snow that it clears off the driveway or the snow blower or whatever? It seems like the end of the turnaround might be a likely candidate where a plow truck might decide to make a big pile, and that might then get pushed further back and into the wetland resource area. So thinking about what the owners will do with their snow is an important consideration for this. Okay, I think that's all I have at the moment.
The snow removal, having the hedge boundary, I think it'll be pretty clear that, you know, the snowplow driver should not be going into the hedge when there's a clear opening on the left side of the driveway, if they're driving in, you know, straight on. And so there would be these open areas right here, especially this low point where the catch basin is. And there is also a fence proposed, as you can see right here. It's, that would be running along the frontage down to the corner and up slightly to that property corner right there. And to have that buffer of about 10 feet or so, plus or minus, within this area, I think would be a good area for snow removal and snow storage.
Okay.
Thank you, Martha. John?
Yeah, thanks. I think I'm still concerned with the driveway being so much in the 35-foot zone and even that little section in the 25-foot zone. I guess I'm wondering if there's any way to mitigate that, or to, I don't think, like, there's clearly not room to move the driveway around, but is there anything else that could be done to kind of have less clearing, less impervious surface in the 35 and the 25-foot zone? And then go ahead, sorry.
So the driveway, it is proposed to be pervious asphalt.
Okay.
And it will need to be maintained.
Alright. And then my other concern is with the entrance to the house being on that the deck, which is already in the 35-foot zone, if I'm reading this map right. And I guess I'm also kind of concerned about what happens when a family moves into this house and they realize there's not a whole lot of yards. They kind of want to figure out a place where they can have some grass and the swings and stuff. And is that shrub wall going to kind of get knocked down or cut back? And are we going to end up with just grass all the way down to the wetland area?
There should be it should be maybe in the deed that they cannot remove the hedge area. And a lot of times, what I've seen recently, a lot of new single-family homes, they've had less yard and bigger homes just because of technology and kids wanting to play more inside than outside nowadays. So a smaller yard is not necessarily people do still don't mind having a small yard, but it should be protected, that hedge boundary for sure.
Okay. I think that's all for me.
Okay. Thanks, John. Carl?
I was just wondering about the pervious asphalt, and I understand that has to be maintained as that was just said. So is that something that's in like the conditions or something to maintain? Because I think it's a okay idea, but I just don't think it lasts more than, probably a couple or 3 seasons before it just becomes impervious again. So I guess just to play off John, just to understand more about what could be done about that line. Doesn't look like much to my eye, but so I guess something I can come back to, but.
Okay, Mr. Federa, do you want to respond to that, or?
I can provide a operation and maintenance for the pervious asphalt. It is generally, I've seen it used, in a handful of occasions similar to this, and it usually comes with a operation and maintenance log. So that will be provided.
Okay.
Okay, Joe?
Let's see, so, besides, comments that were already made, speaking of the driveway, I know there was a concern before about water pooling behind the corner property there, I'm missing the address, but
Nelson.
no, it's on Nelson. And yes, and in particular lower down, I thought was the concern. So I do see the catch basin, and I'm wondering if that's actually, is that where, perhaps I'm misremembering, but I thought the water pooling was actually happening closer to the to Main Street, and so I'm wondering whether that will be aggravated by the driveway, or by the fence for that matter. Although I suppose that shouldn't be a problem.
The topography on site shows that this is the low point.
Okay, all right. Oh, I can see if we zoom in a little, I can see the top of lines here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Does
It drops about 3 feet from here down to this low point.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the existing top of lines here. All right. Okay. And then my other question, just thinking about John's question about yards and your response about houses. Out of curiosity, how big is the house going to be? Square footage. I mean, the footprint is 1887. I see.
Yes.
Is it-
It'll probably be about 3,000 square feet with maybe 2 levels, maybe about that. But this footprint should be the footprint to go back. It'll have 2 levels.
Okay. I don't think I have any other additional questions.
Okay, Brian?
So I have a question, which is actually half observation. So the vernal pool to the back right of the figure is approximate location. So I'm assuming it can't be firmed up until springtime, much like the last conversation we had. Given that and how tightly your 100-foot arc comes to that corner, safe to assume that you can't finalize the designs and what have you until that vernal pool is more finalized? He says.
Yes. So the Reading bylaws, what they talk about for vernal pools is that they adopt the WPA 310 CMR 10.0. The WPA states that vernal pools are the vernal pool habitat is areas of 100 feet outside of the boundaries of the vernal pool depressions, and they extend to the habitat to areas subject under protection of 310 CMR 10.021, which is right here. So the vernal pool habitat would extend 100 feet out and then to the boundaries of these areas right here. So these areas right here do not state, and this is the WPA they do not state the 100-foot buffer of a bordering vegetated wetlands. They do say the boundary of a freshwater wetland, but not the 100-foot buffer of a bordering vegetated wetland. So, in theory, well, not in theory, but by definition, the vernal pool habitat really would, if this is a certified vernal pool, it would extend 100 feet out, and then the boundary would stop right at the boundary of the BVW. And that's by definition. And the town of Reading bylaws adopt that definition.
Interesting.
So I since I still have my tab open with the scrolls to the section about limitations on looking for references to vernal pools in the Reading wetland bylaws, and literally on the not the last page, sorry, the very end of section 4, I believe. Is this? Oh, no, this is under determination of applicability. Okay, so that's not.
This is the general performance standards.
Yeah.
Vernal pools. They adopted WPA.
Yes. Buffer zone projects are not permitted. All right, I probably need time to review this, to double check. I have to read the whole section from the beginning to make sure I understand what's happening at the end when it talks about projects that are not permitted by this procedure include the following work, one of which is work within 100 feet of a known vernal pool. So.
Okay, I have a couple questions.
Actually, I have one.
Go ahead, Brian.
So the question I have is kind of a why question. The area you have in gray, marking where you're going to be impacting the wetlands, what's the reason for that other than you want to build the house closer? In other words, could you leave that, still do the same amount of replicated wetlands, and get a variance or something from us, so that way it's actually a net gain in wetlands? I mean, is there some reason you have to have that not be wetlands besides just to maintain the distance to the house?
That's the only reason why we determined to impact the wetlands, but we're totally happy to not impact that wetland and request the variance to go that closer. And
well, yeah, so I mean, so just to be clear, what I'm suggesting is that we could consider letting that wetland stay, but still have you do the same amount of extra space you have here. So it's more as far as it comes to wetlands. So it's a positive, right? So in deference to you being able to build the house closer to existing wetlands, you would be producing more new wetlands, if that's something you can consider.
We're happy to explore that option for sure.
So is that something we can consider?
I think it's been done before. I think Norris Environmental proposed 2-to-1 replication, but then didn't fill. So, and they kind of like this.
So it would be
Also,
similar to
Gio,
this.
I would tell you that the 25-foot zone is an area when this house is built that couldn't be mowed. It's going to be left natural. So if that wetland area was in it, really, if it was in a different area, it might have a different purpose. But in this purpose, when it's in the 25-foot zone, it's really going to be all natural, and there's not going to be much activity beyond the hedgerow.
Okay.
Okay,
One last.
go ahead.
I promise this is truly
All right.
the last. So you had talked earlier about you could perhaps produce an operations and maintenance log. I can see that being possibly more effective with a complex or a major building. Have you ever done that with a single home? Do you think that actually would be something average Joe homeowner would adhere to? No offense, Joe.
None taken.
So what I've seen is they put it in the conditions where the homeowner would report back to the commission on an X period of time, and they would prove in some fashion that the asphalt is still working as a pervious surface, whether it's through a video where they show it or hiring a professional to perform that test and have a written letter. But that's what I've seen before. They would report back to the commission and have some type of proof or certification to demonstrate that it's still working as a pervious surface. Because realistically, the commission is not gonna remember 3 years down the road and say, hey, that house on Main Street, you gotta go check it out. No, I mean, it should be.
That's true, and also you don't want it to be the responsibility of the conservation administrator to have to go around and occasionally inspect these things either, so. I guess I'm not thrilled that that's the viable approach to be considered, I guess. On that note, it's all yours.
Okay. My questions have to do with stormwater and the house construction. The infiltrator in the back, is the intent of that to infiltrate the whole roof runoff?
That is correct.
Okay. Just taking a glance, the bottom of the inside of that structure looks on the plans to be about, the bottom of the chamber is about 1.5 feet below the top of the chamber. If I'm following that detail.
Yes,
So
so the minimum allowable grade for this system is that you can have 18 inches of cover above the top of the chamber. So generally it's 6 inches of stone and then 1 foot above that.
Yeah, which is how you get the 204, that's the 6 inches.
Correct.
Yeah, so looking at the schematic, the bottom elevation is 200.83.
Correct.
Which is pretty much it's below or at maybe the wetland flag elevation.
Bottom flag elevation of
Plus or minus. So part of my, I'm looking at this and I'm sort of thinking, is this infiltration system going to be just constantly inundated with, I mean, it's impervious as an infiltration system, so is it gonna be just filled with groundwater?
It's not going to be filled with groundwater. It's not going to be within the groundwater table. So on-site soil tests were done, and they are displayed right here. So test pit 1 and 2. This was done a few months back after the first meeting that we had, and test pit 2. This was done by a certified soil evaluator, and he determined that the estimated seasonal high water table was at an elevation of 198.83, and that's located in this area right here. Now, C4, flag C4 is at an elevation of, about lows greater than 201. So the certified soil evaluator determined that these were site soils, and the estimated seasonal high water table was at 198.83. So that's what I was using.
Did they get, I don't know if you happen to know, did they get that from modeling or did they get that from
They got that from
visual indicator of actual groundwater or?
Let's see. I do have the results. I believe they are. So. Maybe not, but I can pull up the results. It was either through groundwater or redox, but you want to bear with me, I can get that right now.
Sure.
Here we go. Test hole.
You can find it faster than I can, Giovanni.
Test hole 1 was not the controlling test hole, it was test hole 2, as you can see right here. So test hole 2, the results are located right here. So
Was there a test pit closer to the infiltrator?
it's in, it's in, I mean, the general vicinity, but the location where the infiltration system is going is on a, you know, it's on an uphill area, kind of in that back second wetland area. That back wetland, you could call it an isolated wetland if that's what it is, but there's a, you know, clear grade change between the, you know, wetlands and the uphill area above it, and the location of the stormwater infiltration is going into that, you know, significantly elevated stormwater, or the uphill area. But to answer your question of how the apparent water table came about, it looks like it was done through seasonal high groundwater. And this is, I can provide this to you. I think you do have it from previously. I might have distributed it previously.
High and low chroma, maybe? I don't know.
It looks like it's from Redox.
Okay, was test pit one was similar materials?
Similar materials, correct.
Okay. And there they said 56 inches.
Correct.
Okay. There are a lot of questions tonight. I'm just gonna kind of revisit after all that discussion, just see if any other conservation members have any other follow-up questions, or you, Chuck?
Yeah, I'd only follow up on one thing, Giovanni, that the proposed catch basin, I think if you design it to into kind of like a rain garden area, you won't be delivering phosphorus from the from that house, because we're not going to be able to control what they put on their lawn. We could assume that maybe there's some fertilizers there, and I wouldn't want to just see a direct conduit of water has that phosphorus in it. So instead of a riprap at the end, if it could be something that would infiltrate prior to hitting the wetland, it would be a better area. And you might think of a rain garden with, you know, some sort of 4-bay type rain garden. But you could look into that. That was my concern, was just delivering phosphorus from the yard of the abutter.
Okay. Yeah, and you're talking in this area right here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything else, Chuck?
No, that's all I have.
I guess something you brought up, Giovanni, or Brian, you brought up too, was I just want to return to is the question of the variance with the roadway. It just seems like, have we received a variance from you, Giovanni? Or request for a variance?
I did not put it in writing at this point yet.
Okay, is that something you're thinking of considering for the roadway
Yes,
and other structures within 35 feet?
correct.
Okay. So,
extremely basic question.
Yeah, go ahead.
The driveway is not a structure for these purposes, but clearly a disturbance.
Well, it shouldn't be in the 25.
Yeah, exactly. So
So-
there's that, the 25 foot is, I think, unambiguous.
So the commission considers all activity, fences, driveways, that structures.
Okay.
It's been how it's since I've been here. Another reason to look at the regulations, but that's where we're at right now.
Okay, so Giovanni, we gave you a lot of feedback tonight. I guess I'm thinking we're at a point where we should continue.
Okay.
Did you ask if there's any butters that want to speak?
Yeah, any residents or butters or other members of the public who want to comment or have questions?
Yeah, please use the raise hand function and the reactions button if you're not live here at Town Hall.
Thanks for the reminder, Jack. I don't see any.
Sure.
So at this point, I'll entertain a motion to continue.
I move to continue the hearing about Lot A until the December 8th meeting.
Second.
Okay, let's vote.
Martha Moore in favor?
John Sullivan in favor?
Carl Ciccone in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Rainbow in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Thank you, Giovanni.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, moving right along. 56. Let's get to the,
5th, 6th grade coach has requested to continue until the December 8th meeting.
okay.
Just need to vote.
Okay, is there a motion to continue 56 grade coach lane?
Is motion to continue the public hearing on 56 Great Coach Road to our next meeting on December 8th.
I'll second that.
Martha Moore in favor?
John Sullivan in favor?
Carl Ciccone in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Rainbow in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay, and okay, and then same with 51, I assume.
51 Sanborn Lane has requested to continue until December 8th at the applicant's request. So we need a motion to continue that hearing.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I move to continue the hearing on 51 Sanborn Lane until December 8th.
Second.
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan in favor?
Carl Ciccone in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Rainbow in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay. Okay, I still think we can dive, we're still well beyond the start time for 48 Azalea. Yeah, so, all right, so let's open the public hearing on a request for a minor plan change for 48 Azalea Circle, filed by, forgive me, I'm not gonna do this name justice, DeJoy? Okay, thank you. Gosh, under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, for converting the approved single-family home with accessory apartment to a single-family home. Build a 22 by 24 foot two-car garage in the same location as the two-car parking area with pervious pavers to mitigate any additional stormwater issues. Over 1,700 square feet of pavement will be removed. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under current project Assessor's Map 23, Lot 125 and 126, DEP file number 270-0709. Welcome.
Great. For the record, Jack Sullivan, Sullivan Engineering Group, and I'm here with the future property owner. We were before you last time and 3 questions came up. One, we showed 2 infiltration chambers that would collect the front portion of the roof runoff, and there was a question as if there were enough chambers to handle the volume of this new garage roofed area. On the updated plan that I just submitted today to Chuck, I did add 2 additional Cultec units, so we have a total of 4 in the front. Two units were sufficient. The original engineer had modeled this for a half-inch rain event, but I added, based on Anika's comments, we show 6 out back, only 2 in the front. We had the room to add 2 additional, so I did. And I did do a summary on the left-hand side of the plan showing what the half-inch requirement was, what's the roof square footage going to those chambers. It shows that 2 is sufficient, but I provided 4. Secondly, there was where we were able to eliminate the pavement and create a large lawn area where the driveway to the rear previously was approved. I did show 4 additional trees that could be saved, and they're shown on the plan. 2 were substantial trees, 34-inch oak and a 28-inch oak.
Came in today.
We have
Yeah.
separate copies if you want to distribute.
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt, Jack. Yes, please. Chuck's gonna just pull up the plan, even though it came in
They
today.
came in today,
and so-
we may not be able to act on it, but I
We may
just
not,
wanted to bring the
right.
commission up to speed on it.
Just for the sake of, I'm sorry to pause.
Yeah, no, I should have given that time. I'll hand
I
this
should have
around to
noticed
the
it.
members that are here. but
All right, thank you.
I know it came in last second.
What happens? Thank you.
And the reason for that is, that leads to the third reason is, we had to meet with the architect. Chuck had brought up a question where the walkout portion of this house would be, so the owner did submit architectural plans, the foundation plan to Chuck today as well. But we're showing the walkout portion to be right where the patio is, the rear patio. That entire area will have a retaining wall, and you can see I added some proposed steps, so that anyone coming in and out will go out to the lawn area furthest away from the wetland area. I think there was a concern if, when we were removing those 2 elevated decks on the wetland side of the house, if there'd be a walkout area over there and it could impact the 25 and 35 foot buffer zones. So we eliminated that altogether. It'll just be a walkout to the patio that had already been shown and a set of stairs coming up. So those were the changes. I know it came in last second, but I think the 3 changes we made were good changes, and I think we did address the concerns of the commission. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. Go ahead, Chuck.
I still have a question. So you're gonna eliminate the decks on the back, but yet they're still on the plan?
But there's a note, if you look, that says approved decks to be eliminated. I just wanted to show them there, but I kind of wanted to show what was approved and what changes we were making, so I made a note that those are to be eliminated.
I have, that's all. I guess what we're doing is we're going to get a general review of this, but continue it because the plan came in late and no one's had a chance to review it.
Right,
Okay, so I'll hold
Right.
off on my questions.
right.
Okay.
So, I mean, if anybody has questions right now, or just, based on seeing this right now. Otherwise, because this came in late, we'll have a chance to give it a little bit more of a thorough review for the next meeting.
And I guess the only thing that would be a deal breaker, this is a minor plan change. If for some reason the commission thought this was more than minor, that's gonna send him to, if he has to amend,
Right.
it's gonna be quite another bit of a process. So I guess that would be the one thing, if we don't even have to discuss the plan changes, but if it sounds like it's minor. I think we were leaning that way last time. But where you're only meeting once a month, if it became an amended amended notice, it would be a lot more work.
Yep, I'll invite commission members to comment on that, if they feel they want to. So, go ahead, Joe.
I was gonna say just, yes, I think I was someone who had questions about the minor plan change versus amended order of conditions discussion last week. I think those were addressed last week. This certainly doesn't raise new ones for me there, so.
Okay. Okay, any other comments?
I
Ryan?
just have one question about the stairs at the patio at the back. And I'm having trouble reading the numbers on the topo line. So are those stairs from the grassed area that would have been driveway, are they going downwards to get to that patio?
That's correct, Martha.
Okay.
Yep.
So that patio is significantly lower than the grass and has a retaining wall along the edge that's at the bottom of this picture, is that correct?
That's correct. So the basement floor is roughly at elevation, let's say 191. It's 190.8, but let's say 191. The proposed grade in that section's 199, 198, so there's a 7 to 8 foot drop down to that lower patio. That's why you see the number of steps going down. It's like 8 or 9 steps to get down to that patio area.
Okay, and that patio is the only exit from the basement
That's correct.
of that house?
That's correct.
And it will exit into a area with a retaining wall on the lower side of this picture, and are the other retaining walls therefore dropping down toward the wetland? Rather than that patio being surrounded as a box with walls on all sides, it's got a wall above it on one side and it's elevated compared to the wall next to it on the top side?
Right, so on the wetland side, we show a proposed contour of 194. That was an approved contour. I didn't change that. So on the wetland side, the retaining wall will be about 3 feet high. Where the driveway used to be, that now is going to be the grassed area, we're about 8 feet high. So really, this is a sunken patio just to accommodate a walkout basement.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, one for perhaps gentleman in the back, potential homeowner.
Yeah.
Is there any reason that the area, you're marking the area as new lawn needs to be lawn? Would you consider that being trees as well?
Yes, what we have done, but that would also provide access during construction too. That's the only way to get us, but we will try to save as many trees as possible.
But I'm saying, could you plant some new trees?
Yeah.
You know,
That's
not
already-
because you have to, but because you want to.
Exactly, and we have already have that in the plan, that we, regardless of how many less we cut, we'll just provide the same number.
Great,
number of-
glad to hear it, thank you.
Ryan?
I see.
Sorry, Joe.
That was
Sorry.
Brian.
Yeah.
So actually thank you, Martha, for the question about the patios. Now I have a mental picture I didn't have before. I'm curious about how the patio will, I guess they're pervious pavers, so the expectation is that the patio there will just drain down to the end. What's the
Just crushed stones over there possibly.
Yep,
Nothing.
okay, that's, that's,
Just nothing, just stones over there.
yeah. You have to, presumably have to get a lot of leaves out of it to keep it
Yeah.
that way, but yes. Okay, I'm looking at the lens for where what is the elevation around the wetland line? I think I see 191. Is 190 marked on here as well?
Yep, 190 is a darker line right behind the 100-year floodplain.
Oh, okay, I see, all right, okay. So we're getting close to the level of the wetland. But we're not quite there.
Right, we're above it. In your comment, you were getting to like, maybe I need an area drain or something in the patio, and I looked at that, but when he's constructing it out of pervious
Yeah, so
patio, it'll drain.
it is above the level of the wetland, which is gives some hope without even without even digging down to find where the water is. That gives us some information. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions at this point? Otherwise, I'll entertain, and then I'll check with the public. Any other questions from the public? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to continue.
I move to continue the hearing on 48 Azalea Circle until December 8th.
I'll second that.
Second,
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Carl Ciccone in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Ryan Bowe in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay, thank you. All right,
Camp Curtis Guild
Curtis Guild.
has requested to continue to December 8th.
Okay.
And just so everyone listening, that there's a site visit this Saturday at 12 o'clock, Camp Curtis Guild. Just drive down River Road and meet at the gate.
Okay. So site visit this Saturday. Meet where again?
At the gate
At the gate?
on River Road,
Okay.
which is off Haverhill.
Okay.
And is there plenty of parking there? We're allowed to drive in and park at the gate?
Someone will meet you right there. So there'll be people there. They'll probably direct you a little bit through the gate and into a parking area.
Okay.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to continue.
Turn,
I move to continue the hearing at 28 Haverhill Street, Camp Curtis Guild until December 8th.
second.
Second.
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Carl Ciccone in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Ryan Bowe in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. All right, so the next one, 16 Varney Circle. All right, let's open the public hearing for 16 Varney Circle. The public hearing for notice of intent for 16 Varney Circle filed by Theodore Carmone under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaws, Section 7.1, for constructing two additions onto an existing single-family house within the buffer zones to a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office located at 16 Lowell Street in Reading, and on the Conservation Division page under the current project, Assessor's Map 29, Lot 109D, and we don't have a file number yet.
Checking right now.
Okay. DEP file number pending. So 16 Varney Circle. Jack, I know you're here for this.
Again, for the record, Jack Sullivan, owner of the Sullivan Engineering Group. I'm here with the property owner, Theo, who's in the back row. As you stated, this project, they're proposing two additions to the home. The wetland flagging was done by Norse Environmental. There's no trees to be removed as part of this project, and only limited site grading changes. For the additions, one of the additions is going to be situated on the right-hand side of the house. We're looking to extend out a one-story addition. It's over existing paved surface. It's going to serve as a garage with some living space. And on the left-hand side of the building, they're proposing a two-story addition. For the roof runoff, we're proposing a 18-inch wide by 18-inch deep drip trench. Due to the high groundwater table out there, that's really the only type of stormwater mitigation we could propose. All structures are outside of the 35-foot BBW buffer zone. And I do show a construction access to get over to, for the construction room for construction vehicles. It'll come off the existing paved driveway, go through the front yard. As you can see, I show a 12-inch diameter mulch sock right along the limit of work line. I show it lining both sides of the driveway on that side and on the other side of the property as well to provide protection of the wetlands. I'll open it up, and I did check the DEP website before the meeting. DEP did not issue a file number for this project yet. But I'll turn it over to the commission for any questions they might have. I know there was also, Chuck will lead into this and he can talk about it. It appears there's an opportunity potentially to make a connection between some town-owned land, some land you just obtained from another project on Haverhill Street, and Theo's property is kind of the missing link in providing a connection. We're open to discussing what the commission might have for ideas on that, and we can think about it and come back at the next meeting.
Okay, that sounds
you.
great, thank you. Thank you. So I'll take first come, first serve on, yeah. Commission members, sure, let's go through roll call order like we did before. Martha?
Okay, I have to go first again, huh? All right, in order of not particularly importance, sort of near the bump out off of the driveway, let's say near wetland flags 36A and 37A, I noticed there's what might be a green plastic playground slide in the ground there. And it's possibly just over the border into the town property, because it looks like those wetland flags are pretty much right on the border of town versus homeowner's property. But I would encourage that slide to be removed from the wetland when we're discussing this project. I also noticed on the other side of the property, there's a wood pile covered with a big tarp that's in an area sort of near the words that say 35-foot and 25-foot buffer. And I wonder whether that wood pile can be brought out of the no structure zone and put closer to the property owner's dry land property rather than tucked in the no structure zone, or possibly the zone of natural vegetation. Okay. I also noticed that near where it says the proposed gas fireplace bump out, in the area where those words are, it looks to me like the lawn actually continues quite a ways out there, because the 18-inch and 24-inch trees are have mowed lawn next to them. So I don't think that mark showing the edge of the woods is completely accurate. And I'm wondering whether the 18 and 24-inch trees are going to be protected from damage during the construction. I'll stop there for an answer to that question.
Sure.
You know which
I'll
trees I'm referring to?
Yep, I know what trees you're referring to. So, your first minor item you brought up was the slide out by the town land. I talked to the owner. It's not his slide. He doesn't know why it's there. If it's on his land, he can get rid of it. It's on the town land, someone else will have to get rid of it, but we'll check on that. As far as the wood pile, do you use that, Dio?
Not really, no.
No, so we can relocate that. If it has to be relocated outside the 25-foot buffer zone, we can. If he's not using it, we'll just get rid of it. As far as the tree line I try to show the edge of the tree canopy more than where the edge of the grass is. If you can see, the limit of work line is between the addition and the 18-inch and 24-inch tree, so the limit of work line should be protection for those trees. I don't think really anything additional would have to be done. It's, unless you feel something differently, another measure of protection, we could do so. And I forgot your other question.
I think that's as far as I got.
Okay.
Okay, and then I guess the the one concern I have is how close the edge of the new addition is coming to the 35-foot line. It's like right on the boundary there. So I'm guessing that there's going to be a certain amount of disturbance within the zone between the 25 and the 35 over on that side.
That's correct, because they'll have to overdig to put the foundation in.
Mhm.
And you can see how the architect worked this addition. The shape was dependent on the 35. That's how it was all fit. But yeah, usually they overdig by 3 to 4 feet to get the footing in and allow room to set the walls.
So
Hold on a
Martha, if I
sec.
could jump in for a second. Joe and I visited this property, and one of the things that we looked at was in trying to figure out which was the most critical, in quotes, wetland flag placement. We decided that 22A, this one there was a critical one, that's where the measurements are coming off of. And as we went out to check it out, we both felt that the flag was probably a number of feet off based on our untrained eyes, given the texture of the soil, given the wetland plants that were outside of it, given how soft it was when I stepped out that way. And so from my perspective, at least, I think that should be revisited, mostly because it's so critical. That's the flag the key measurements are off of. And if in fact it is off by as much as 4 feet, as was our eyeball assumption, that would have some impact on the structure. The other thing, as long as I'm interrupted, Martha, one last thing I'll mention is, here's what I do one more question. We also noticed that there was a fair amount of evidence of leaves being pushed into the wetlands, either rake or blower or something. In particular, it was to the right of the shed, there was a plastic barrel there with a mound of leaves up against it. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the rules for that, but typically that's a no-no.
I am, and I bag all my leaves, and I've actually taken photos and video.
Well, we did see some bags, like 4 bags up against the garage,
They're in the
which
garage.
is why we couldn't understand why there was the evidence out there.
Maybe wind blowing the leaves into the barrel.
But anyway, so just it's noted.
No, yeah, I'm aware of the rules.
I'm done for real this time, again.
Okay, Martha, I'm sorry for the interruption. I don't know if you can pick up.
Sure. Let me just gather my thoughts here. If Joe and Brian are concerned about that closeness of that 22A wetland flag, that might be something that we talk about if we're talking about whether this property needs a variance that could possibly be included under the variance and not require having to have a third-party review of that one flag. Okay, and then just 2 other things I noticed. There's looks like maybe a 6 by 6 inch wooden post on some blocks, fairly close to that line that goes between 22A and the corner of the house. I don't know the function of that post, but if we're looking at structures in the no structure zone, that post is right there in the middle of the 25-foot zone. And also the shed is within the zone of natural vegetation. It looks like it's in line with a row of small pines, but those are probably 4 or 5 feet into what should be the zone of natural vegetation rather than at the edge of it. So, if you look at where the shed is and where the 25-foot line is the pines must be in line with the shed, and all of that means that the lawn is being maintained partway into that zone of natural vegetation. So if we're looking at variances, we want to discuss whether or not we allow the shed to stay where it is or whether the shed should be moved out of that zone of natural vegetation. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Jack, I'm just gonna give you a second to comment, or if you don't have any comments, I can.
No,
Fine.
I noted the shed was inside the
Yeah.
35-foot no structure with the owner. We know that. I don't know that 6x6 post, I don't know what that is. I'm not sure. Without seeing it, I don't know what it is. But all the other comments by Martha were fine. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so, John?
So one quick question. If this was in the narrative, I must have missed it. I apologize in advance. But is the two-story addition, is there a basement as well on that, or is it just ground up?
Basement. It does have a basement.
Okay.
It would
what's
match,
happening with
we're matching
the
this.
being dug out from there?
Yeah, we're the soil will be dug out. He's gonna match his existing, it's kind of like, is it like a raised ranch style or is it? It's like a raised ranch, so if you see the garage slab, existing slab's like at 95.7, it'll be the same depth as it's what's there now. It's same depth on the dig.
And what's happening with the dirt that's removed to build the basement?
It'll be taken off-site.
Okay. I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Carl?
I have no questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
So, just on the subject of the basement, I did pull up a picture. I can see that there is an existing walkout from the basement under that deck at ground level. So I guess we're calling it a basement, but it does look like there wouldn't actually be, you're not gonna have to dig very deep for that, are you?
Not too,
You
no.
basically have to dig for the floor under the basement, but that's
Yeah, we're
about it.
basically digging just to put in a frost wall.
Yeah.
For frost protection. It's not much of an excavation at all.
Alright, cool. So, I don't suppose the homeowner has any idea what that post is about.
It's actually used for dog training. I have 2 dogs.
Okay.
They're Schutzen dogs, they're German Shepherds, so it's a dog post.
Okay.
It can be removed very easy if needed.
So it's not a massive clothesline holder.
Not a big clothesline.
Brian and I were speculating that it was the sturdiest clothesline holder that either of us had ever seen. Okay, and then let's see, what else did I have here? This was my own site visit notes. So the shed, of course, has been mentioned. The flag 22A has been mentioned. That would be something where we do need to, unfortunately, look very seriously at that. We weren't honestly sure about the locations of, we didn't really look at flags beyond 23. I think maybe I looked at 24 briefly, had similar concerns. Actually, I think 24 might have been one I was fine, actually, because that one was a little higher up on the slope. Whereas 23 and 22 seemed to be at the base of the slope, which in my limited experience is usually not a great sign as far as flag placement. Because often you need to be up just a little bit from the base of the slope when there is one. Let's see, what else? No one's mentioned there's a drain pipe from the driveway, which initially, usually you find a drain pipe popping out at the edge of a wetland. That's usually concerning. I was happy to see, or relieved, I guess I should see, I didn't actually see much erosion at the end of it. It looks like it drains from possibly just a single drain in the driveway, and the driveway is pretty flat. So I think we'll talk about, so I guess that there's got questions about the infiltration for the new addition, but we'll get to that in a second. So presumably we would not want to have any pipes of any sort draining right into the wetland. Or right up to 10 feet from the wetland or wherever it is right now. We did have a question. There's no stormwater mitigation plan for the one-story addition right now, is there?
No, because it's basically over an existing paved surface.
Okay.
And that drain you talked about is in the driveway that now will be home of an addition, so that drain.
Right. The drain is obviously gonna drain from nothing, but then you have a different, 1 story up impervious surface, to worry about instead. So I am, wondering whether similar drip trenches or something else is needed for the 1-story addition as well, as is proposed for the 2-story addition. Let's see, other comments? I think that's it for me, on top of what other people already pointed out.
Thank you. Brian?
I have one more thing to mention on top of my diatribe earlier.
Just one?
Just one-ish. And that's behind the shed. As long as we're talking about cleanup things, behind the shed, there's a fair amount of material on the ground out there. And so it's certainly too close to wetlands, maybe even in the wetlands. And that was my one thing.
I see that here, I forgot that, thank you.
All right, I'm just gonna comment, so, what really stood out to me on this plan was, that proposed 2-story addition, and especially the fill that was going to, it looked like there was gonna be like an additional 1.5 foot of fill, extending into the 35-foot, up to the limits of erosion control, because these are, I think, 2-foot contours on this plan, so,
It's not to interrupt you, Anika, but this is a 90, I know the people at home, there's a 96 contour here. I'm
Right.
proposing a 96 there, 94.5. It's probably less than a foot of fill off that side. It's not that much fill.
difference between 96 and 94.5.
94.5, but the 94.5's away from the, it's way over here. I'm having the 96. The 96 is right here, so this elevation's probably around like 95 and a half.
So from the 96 contour to the 94.5 contour, I mean, this is
There'd be a drop.
it's about 5 feet.
Yeah.
So you're gonna go from, so how's that? It's about 5 lateral
It would be
feet.
too steep, so you're right, it could be
I don't know.
a foot to 18 inches of fill.
So I guess part of what I'm thinking is maybe, would it be possible to put, an additional contour line in there?
Yeah.
And just to kind of see how that's gonna work out.
Okay. Yeah, I see your point on that.
Yeah. So that's on sides, I think everybody easily covered what I was going to get at. Chuck, did you have some comments?
The only comment I thought may be interesting for this site, the 1-story addition. So the roof runoff is considered clean and it could be piped if a drip trench wasn't wanted in that area, because we have an opportunity to deliver it to the wetlands, but before it gets in there, you could just discharge it into some sort of rain garden. I mean, that could be an option also.
Something to slow it down,
Well, yeah.
give it a chance
The
to,
rain garden, yeah.
so it doesn't erode.
So there's just 2 options there.
Okay, and we totally welcome, it'd be good to discuss further, the connectivity with other properties. It would be great to, we're always open to having a discussion about, coming up with arrangements that could work for the landowner to help benefit conservation, protect conservation land, and so yeah, let's talk about that.
Could you step up how it worked on the site on Haverhill Street? Like, is it through an easement? Is it a donation? I'm just so the homeowner would understand the process and I'd understand the process.
So Chuck's seen a variety of
I didn't look-
processes.
I didn't look into it before this meeting, but I think it was just they transferred the land to the Conservation Commission and no town meeting approval was needed. So it was just a deed to the Conservation Commission. And we all signed that deed. And
Yeah.
then it went to the select board and they signed it.
Yeah.
And then the land became part of the Conservation Commission and part of Timberneck Swamp, which that whole complex is owned and under the care and custody of the Conservation Commission. And this slice is not the last piece, but almost the last piece of Timberneck Swamp, now that the 102 Haverhill Street, 12 acres was donated to the Conservation Commission. So it would be valuable and protected and, very, very appreciated, I guess. But I think that you need some of that for some of these things like the shed, the encroachment over the 35-foot zone. I think that still needs to be part of your variance request, although it's a lot for what you've done, but it does allow the three processes because you're gonna need to come up with a overwhelming, is that what it says?
Public interest,
Public benefit.
public benefit.
Yeah, for that. And so with that, you could just note where you're over the 35-foot line, even if the flag 22 moves, and ask for a variance on that, and ask for the variance for where the shed is, and I forgot whatever else came up. But those are the things that usually come up, and I guess the only other thing was when we were talking about all these things, just if it was on existing lawn, in my mind, it makes a difference. If the shed's on existing lawn and not right up against the wetland or right up against a wooded area, and the proposed additions are on existing lawn or proposed for an area that's on existing lawn, and then they're encroaching a little bit into the 35-foot line. And if you look at our regulations, the 35-foot line, our fee structure for that is for all permanent alterations within the 35-foot line, you'll have to pay a fee. But for temporary, so it's kind of thought about and allowed for temporary alteration, there is no fee, because that's assumed that you might be in that area. So I just wanted to bring that up too.
Okay, so it sounds like the town acquires the land in fee ownership. You basically own the piece, so he would have to break off a piece of the property and deed it to the town. It would be something deeded, so he would probably need some sort of attorney to help him through that process.
There are other options. I could talk to Julie next week and find out if an attorney is needed or if that's something the town can just provide. What the town would end up providing. But on 102 Haverhill Street, of course, there was town council and, Bill Crowley.
And then it would be open to, conservation would have ownership and jurisdiction. If you ended up wanting to put trails or anything through there, that could be done?
So-
Or are you not looking at trails? Because that
We're
might
not.
be a concern.
We're not looking at trails. That end is fairly wet. I haven't been to that spot, so I'm not sure. Maybe the homeowner knows better than I do. But it was fairly wet down at 102 Haverhill Street.
Yeah.
So there was no possibility, and that was a concern there also.
Right, and that was.
That's my only that's really the neighborhood's only concern. Otherwise.
Is it wet?
It's
Usually?
very wet, yeah.
Yeah, so there's not gonna be any trails in there.
Yeah, when I was standing in the, that sort of point of the 25-foot line, I looked out to see what was growing in the panhandle, and it looked like it's a red maple swamp. So, and it's beyond that wetland line, so I don't think there would be any trails anywhere within view of the homeowner's house.
my so it's Ivy, Belmont and Ivy. So at Ivy Street is a water line that intersects or bisects, that's the word, bisects Timberneck Swamp, and you're able to walk that, but on the left-hand side as you're heading to Belmont, it seemed to be wet a lot when we were doing that project, and on the right-hand side, which goes towards Charles Street, that was mostly dry, and you could walk through those areas.
Okay, well, it's something we'll talk about. We want to talk with the commission about it. You can see the owner's open to the idea.
Yeah, I welcome that.
And then I'll follow up with Chuck and see how we proceed, but we'll look to continue to your next meeting.
Okay. And maybe the conservation should have get out there and just take another look at 22A.
Yeah, we should go out there.
Sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Do you want to set up a site visit for Wednesday or Thursday of next week?
Yeah.
Or the following week?
Yeah, I think so. How's everyone with that?
I don't know so Brian, I did ask you for Thursday if you were available for that fee meeting, so. For the fee meeting?
So Martha, John, Carl. Are you up for just not quite, I don't think this is gonna be a long site visit, we're just going to one wetland flag. Maybe take a look over at the
That's right.
point that Martha was also
I
mentioning.
think we're well out.
So,
I'm available for the usual 8:30 time, pretty much any day next week.
okay. I'm gonna say I am too. I'm just gonna take a look at my calendar.
Tuesday next week is bad for me, but otherwise I'm pretty open.
I'm sorry, John, you said Tuesday?
Tuesday's bad.
Tuesday's bad.
Tuesday's bad.
So I would prefer you go with me, and I won't be here. Just Wednesday and Thursday are the days that I'm gonna be around, so.
Okay, so it looks
Especially
like,
if we're checking wetland flags.
we're talking Wednesday or Thursday.
Both of those work for me. Monday does not, but
Yep.
it does work for Chuck.
Okay. Is Chuck, is 9 o'clock okay? Or is
On
that-
Wednesday?
Yeah. How's that? Is that all right?
Works for
Like
me.
9 to 9:30, is that okay? I don't think, I'm not sure we need, residents always welcome to come and be there.
Should I ask Maureen from Norse to go, or
At this
would you rather just look at it yourself?
point, it sounds like it's just one flag.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure it's
I'll have you
needed.
guys just look at it and I'll get feedback.
Yeah. Just especially because it's the closest flag.
Right, it's right at the third.
That's why we identify it as crucial. There were a few
Yeah.
others that, we might want to look at.
Yeah,
what
we
they
wouldn't
last
wanna-
time.
Which kind of makes me wonder, is this flag line from a previous
No.
permit? No,
No.
these were done recently?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
okay.
I believe that does mean, because if we approve this project, the flags as is, we might have to do one of the things we've done before where we say,
We
we're
say-
approving the project, we are not approving the flags on the plan.
Yeah, and we can say in our order of conditions, we could say, this order of conditions is based on the verification of these flags. These exact flags, like, or,
Why don't you think we'll get to, just out of curiosity, to an agreement on flag 22? It seems like the
no, I
rest are not
think
in
we will.
agreement.
I think we will, we're
Right.
just kind of saying, how are we gonna codify that later?
I mean,
in the
it's,
order of
it's, so on like a request for determinations, I think it's appropriate to not approve the flags. I think you should really try to approve these flags because it helps the homeowner
Alright, well,
in the
then-
future when he's doing work and the Conservation Commission when they're reviewing work. And it seems like there's only one or a couple.
Well, no, so we had concerns about, let me speak for myself, and Brian can take his turn. I had concerns about other flags. That was the only flag where I thought my concerns would move the 35-foot zone line into intersection with the building.
So there's also flags that are deeper in the yard. If you move it up 10 feet or 5 feet, it's not really going to affect any project in the future, so that might not be a crucial flag anyways. We should take a look at all the flags on Wednesday, and we can mark them, and if it becomes like, you know, something, we can have Maureen come back.
Okay.
But sometimes, you know, some flag deep in your backyard, it doesn't really matter.
I mean, just the flags like to the left and right of it, there's a fairly similar situation there in terms of the both the situation with the yard, the vegetation, the slope, and the flag were all similar arrangement for 3 or 4 flags in a row there.
Okay.
So if one is not quite right, the others are probably not quite right either.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a site visit for Wednesday, the 17th at 9. Did you have a question or?
No, I'm all done.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll entertain a motion to continue to the December meeting.
I'll move to continue the public hearing on 16 Barney Circle to our next meeting on December 8th.
Second.
Second. Martha Moore in favor?
John Sullivan in favor?
Carl Saponi in favor.
Joe Kernahan in favor?
Brian Bowe in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay. All right. Sorry, taking my notes. Next, what do we have? Okay. 31 Baker Road. We're gonna open the public hearing for 31 Baker Road, notice of intent filed by Andre Belus under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaws, Section 7.1, for the construction of an addition and deck on an existing single-family house within buffer zones of a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office, 16 Lowell Street in Reading, and on the Conservation Division page under the current project. Assessor's map 34, lot 136, and no DP file number
No.
at this point. So that will get announced when we find out. Okay, 31 Baker Road. Thank you.
Last one tonight.
Star of the day.
Again, Jack Sullivan, owner of the Sullivan Engineering Group, and I'm here with the property owner, Andres, in the crowd tonight. So what they're looking to do is basically it's an existing one-story structure. They're looking to raise that to a two-story structure with some bump outs on the existing footprint of the house. There'll be a bump out over the existing driveway. It extends about 6 feet out from the existing two-car garage to give them a deeper garage. They're proposing a 4x14 porch in the front. There'll be a 2-foot second floor bump out on the right-hand side of the house, so there's no foundation for that, it's just cantilevered out. And then in the rear of the property, they're removing a portion of the existing house, and they're removing the existing deck, and there's a proposed addition being constructed in basically the same location as that portion of the house to be removed in the deck area. And then they're proposing a new deck with a platform and set of steps down to the existing concrete patio. Beneath that new deck would be crushed stone. Right now, that entire area is impervious. It's all concrete back in that area. Norris Environmental performed the wetland delineation. No works proposed within the 25 or 35 foot structure zones, but it should be noted, and there's been some discussion with the town on this, is a 20-foot drain easement on the side of this property. The existing house is, a portion of it is a foot inside of that drain easement. So the proposed second story addition is gonna be bumped in. It's gonna be bumped in to stay out of the, out of that 20-foot drain easement. On the left-hand side going into the backyard, just to explain it, I do have a note on there, but there's existing landscape timbers with crushed stone. It's steps that lead from the front driveway to the backyard. There's an existing sewer service that runs there as well. That's existing, that's not proposed. I show all the trees, the 6-inch or greater on the site, all are to remain. And again, there's only limited site grading changes. I'm not proposing any drainage, though obviously I know you guys are always looking for drainage. But the majority of the additions in the new deck are to be constructed in areas that already have impervious surfaces, so there's not much of a net increase in impervious surfaces on this project. I do show the construction access will be on the right-hand side of the property. That should be noted. We didn't want to come in the left side since that's right up against the protected buffer areas, so I wanted to show that, and I did show a proposed soil stockpile area, if needed, on the back right-hand side of the property. I'll turn it over to the commission for any questions you might have, and again, DEP did not issue a file number.
Okay, thanks,
So let
John.
me just note,
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
the building commissioner took me aside and talked to me about this project. So Jack, can you let me know if you had any further discussions with Glenn Redmond about the foundation concerns and how much material around the building, which is not noted on this plan, may have to come up, or how that's going to happen?
Okay. I did not have discussions with Glenn. Andre may have, but I did hear, when I came into town hall, I did hear there may, if they're gonna go up another story, Glenn wants to make sure the footing's proper to support that. In order to determine if a footing's proper, you may have to excavate outside the foundation wall, dig down to see what you have for a depth for a footing, if a footing exists. Andre, do you have anything to add to that?
So basically, area that doesn't have proper foundation is, we're guessing that all this wall actually. But concern is because this will be new foundation, so just that area need to be reinforced. So engineer came with solution where it will be dig in 4 or 6 holes, and concrete will be poured separate elevations them, and after that it will be covered.
What about, Andre, what about on the left side of the garage?
Same.
Do we have to dig there to see the footing? I think that's a concern.
Yes, also here, just to cover corner itself, not to the end, because it is elevated, so just need to be like this side.
So I do show erosion control on that side. Did Glenn have any other concerns with, that he brought up on this?
No, we just want to, from engineer, how it will be dug, which section length, and how the concrete poured in. So.
What did you hear, Chuck, from Glenn?
So it was very preliminary. I don't even think I heard that much.
Okay.
So now that it's kind of been defined to a couple of areas, that wasn't part of it. Glenn's concern was it's an elevated foundation. So a lot of that foundation isn't 4 feet below the ground, so for the frost. He didn't tell me how much was determined, but he did say that there's going to be extensive digging around, that's probably not going to be shown on the plan that we received. So, yeah, we just needed to know where the digging is, and, the stockpile's way over there, but you're going to be digging in this area. It seems like a little more, it seems like you need to understand what's going to happen and get us a plan that represents that.
We already have foundation plan how it should be done, so it's in town already.
Mm-hmm. So we'll need the plan too. So if you can get, is there any way we can mock up this plan though?
I think what they need from us, Andre, and we need to show if there's gonna be excavation, we're digging down, and I'm sorry I'm blocking you, but if we should show an area where we're gonna be
Yeah.
doing any
you do
excavation work.
Excavation from here to there, like this foundation and
So here to here.
8 feet, 8 maybe less feet in that corner and that wall.
So we'll need to show that on a plan, but it'll be they'll go and dig, they'll evaluate and then backfill. It's not gonna be like we're storing, so it's gonna be something for the geotechnical engineer or structural engineer to look at.
Oh, so you think it'll pass? He's not gonna need like,
We don't know.
yeah.
It may not pass, but there has to be some investigation, but they are gonna have to dig. Based on what the findings are, you might be right, Chuck, if they don't have, then they're gonna be digging, they're gonna have to dig down, put in a new footing and have proper frost wall.
When is that proposed? And I didn't know there was an investigation step. Sounds like,
There'll be an investigation.
I guess we would need to know,
How that happens.
yeah, we would have, seems like we'd wanna start up again after the investigation, we'd know what the job is.
Hand dug, is it?
So they will just need to space like 2 foot from the wall, dig down and put concrete and cover it. Go to the next section.
Sounds like it's fortifying.
No, it's under, it's not like built in parallel, it's actually under existing foundation. Just pour another section of concrete, go down.
Maybe we can get some more clarification on that.
Okay, I can.
I believe you,
No,
I just want
the town, so.
additional detail.
I think we can show an area and we'll give some sort of narrative on what we're looking to do.
So that we have a
Bring it before
sense.
the commission, like step one, we'll investigate, step two, if we find there's not, they'll dig down, they'll give some sort of narrative to the commission so you know what's going on.
And also, it's not shown here, but actually foundation itself, it's maybe 2 foot, it's like out of the house actually, it's going like
Right.
up, already out of the house, like 2 foot, and after it's just going like around, under, so not like straight down.
Okay, just to move on, Joe, you had a question, then I'll
I was
open up
just
to other.
curious, so I did share
holders.
photos with the commission that I took when I visited the site last Friday. No one was home, I think it looks like it's not currently occupied. So I did, there was at least one hole dug by I guess on the picture, it would be just to the left of where the cursor is, so very close to the corner. So I don't know who else has seen that, or I don't know if you've been there since that hole was dug. So you can see sort of how far the foundation goes, and then it looks like they kind of dug underneath to see that that's where it ended. It's not very far down, but I don't know if do they need to do that a bunch of places to check it, or do they?
No, I think they check one place and assumption was that.
That's right.
it's in that area,
It'd be a weird foundation if it went down a different amount in different places. I get that.
So the assumption currently is that all that wall is actually doesn't have proper foundation.
So,
You'll be surprised.
but yes, no, it would be good to hear more about what the
Okay.
work is that needs to be done, given what's been found by digging there already.
Okay, that was a big introduction. I wanna move on to other parts of this that we do know about. Because I have a number of comments, about the actual plans, not including this additional foundation part, so. Martha, would you start, or do you have any comments or questions?
Sure. I do just want to say, from zooming in from home, it is hard to understand the homeowner because he's not up at that spot on the floor where the microphone works best. So if the homeowner is going to answer any questions, it would be good for him to stand where Jack has been standing, so I can understand better. I noticed that the lawn near the wetland line pretty much goes right up to the wetland line. At least it's landscaped as if it should be lawn, but it seems to be very much moss. So it looks like the property owner has not had a lot of luck growing lawn that close to the wetland. And it might be good to take this opportunity to add some zone of natural vegetation plantings along that back boundary with the wetland that can help protect the wetland from runoff of any possible lawn chemicals and be more successful growing where it belongs than grass would be that close to the wetland. So that's a suggestion. I also noticed that the homeowner has some leaves and some cinder blocks near flag 6A in the wetland, and that is not appropriate. We need to get those cinder blocks and debris out of the wetland. And I noticed the neighbor at 25 Baker Road has quite a large pile of cinder blocks, leaves, and a couple of pumpkins in behind the wetland line over there. That's an issue. I'm concerned about the 36-inch tree that's right next to the construction access, and I wonder if there's something that can be done to protect the roots of that tree as the trucks are driving over it. There's one large root that's right at the surface of the ground, but I don't know whether there are mats that can be laid down to spread the pressure out so it doesn't damage the roots as much, and maybe some of that orange snow fencing stuff to go around the tree trunk to make sure that trucks don't bang into it as they go by. I think that was, I had one more thing. I was noticing the cinder blocks, if you go follow the arrow for construction access and you get to the 30.7 arrow that shows the corner of the property, the little retaining wall around there, right there, looks like it's not in very good shape. Are they planning to do anything with that when they are doing this construction project?
Are you gonna replace it, Andre, or
Remove it,
remove it?
probably remove it, yeah.
Then I should show that. Okay. Sounds like that's gonna be removed, so I'll have to note that to be removed.
Okay. Yeah, that's an example of where I can understand Jack, but I can't understand the person that's talking to Jack. So it helps Jack that you repeat what was said. That makes it easier to understand from the other end of Zoom. Okay, that's it for now.
Okay, thank you. John?
I don't think I have anything at this time.
Okay, thank you. Carl?
I had a I'll just echo the comment on the tree, Martha, that it's almost like in between. If you go to the left of the tree, there's more open space, I guess, but there's finished lawn, and then to the right of what's the maple, I believe, there. But I think if anything, the construction fencing is just good to not damage, but there could be matting down. I'm assuming there'll be, well, with no big excavation, maybe the machinery won't be as big as we think, but I have one question. Is the asphalt driveway being replaced? It's kind of odd, random.
It'll be repaved, because it's in, but it'll be in the same footprint as it's shown now.
So repave, so the base layer and everything should possibly stay, but they'll just repave the surface, basically?
Yeah, because if you think about it, when they dig out, they're gonna have to over dig for that extension.
Yeah.
So you get done with that, and then you have heavy equipment on the driveway working, it's gonna get damaged, so they'll end up having to redo the driveway. But it will stay in the same footprint, it's not gonna get any wider.
Okay.
And as your first point on the that 36-inch tree, the owner does want to protect that. It's outside a 100-foot buffer zone, but that doesn't really matter. It's a specimen tree. It's a nice tree. We can do something with orange fencing, and we'll look to do something to try to protect that root system that Martha talked about as well. It seemed to make the most sense for a construction access point, but we'll come up, or we could go to the left of it. He's probably going to end up, reseeding the lawn anyways at the end of this. So maybe it's better for me to move it to the left. If you saw exposed roots on the right-hand side and you didn't really see many towards the house side of the tree, we could move the construction access over.
Okay, anything else, Carl?
No,
Okay, Joe?
thanks.
I wish you could spend more time on the right-hand side of the house here on this picture, because people have good questions about them, and I didn't, I actually went around the left-hand side when I visited briefly last week.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see, how far is the erosion control and limit of work on the left-hand side from the house there?
Well, it's a 20-foot drain easement, so
It's probably about,
11,
okay,
12 feet.
yeah, 11, 12 feet. So you could get a mini excavator for
right, because there will almost certainly be digging there, given what we've said about the foundation, but yeah. Okay, I don't think I have any other questions.
Okay, Brad?
Yeah, want to emphasize what Martha said about the yard waste. There's a lot of it back there. Additionally, in that area near the flag 6A, there's an outlet pipe.
okay.
This is,
And I don't know where that's
it
coming
is from town, this is what easement for, it is street drainage, my
Oh, so
understanding.
that's from the street?
My understanding it is, yes.
Okay, I mean, I looked at downspouts and they were just opened onto the lawn, so I wasn't sure where that was coming from.
Yeah, this is my understanding, that's why easement's there.
Okay, because something should be done about that from an erosion control perspective. There's some rocks and a cinder block in there that are trying to do the job, but it's still a pretty good ravine. I mean, it's not the Grand Canyon, but it's a pretty good ravine, so from an erosion perspective, it probably needs some attention.
Not to interrupt you, Brian, but we'll have Andre, we can look at the debris out there. He's a brand new owner, so it wasn't from him. But he hasn't even lived in the house yet. They own it.
I wasn't ascribing blame, I was noting.
I know, but we'll take a look at it and he'll clean it up.
And the last thing is an observation. As long as I was walking the boundary and I saw the yard waste, I looked next door and there's even more yard waste. Certainly not your responsibility, but there's lots over there, a large pile of cinder blocks. And so that's a place I think we should consider some kind of a enforcement approach going forward, whether it's a letter or whatever, but and actually over there, the wetlands are more open water, so there's more yard waste closer to actual open water.
Okay.
On that note, I'm done.
Okay, thanks for those comments. I'm just going to, I've got a couple of comments. The concrete walkway in the front of the house, it says it's going to be removed.
Correct.
Yes,
Is it gonna be replaced? Or is that just going to be,
because we're moving front of the house and it's standing on concrete walkway, so
If
yes.
the concrete walkway comes out and you're adding this porch, and there's a couple steps down, are you gonna have a little connector to the driveway?
Just whatever in the corner, but not in the right side, because we don't, nothing on the right side.
There might be-
maybe,
might be a
maybe a small one off the driveway,
Yes,
just to the
because
porch?
entrance to the house
Okay, yeah.
will be now close to the garage. It's moving from this right corner. Will be not
Okay.
there. So that section will go away.
Okay, so that's one question. Another question I had was, so you show a second retaining wall, which as far as I could tell is downhill from the first retaining wall that you said you were gonna remove. That second retaining wall was going to be removed downhill.
Correct, yes.
Just curious why that wall was, I'm just wondering What was the reason to remove that retaining wall?
So it is currently, I don't know what this was before, it is basically like sun room on the, if you look from the back, it is second floor, but it's like on level first floor.
Yeah.
And they just cover this with nothing painted and put this wall. But you can go actually inside and it's not
Oh, okay,
protected.
because it's basically not doing anything, you're saying.
No.
Okay,
And when he takes, he's taken down that portion, that
Yes.
sunroom or
Yeah.
whatever, the wall can come out, they're putting in a new foundation, and then they can just, the foundation
you'll
will
just clean
serve
that
as
out,
a
take
wall
that
and
out while
paint
they're
it out.
reworking it.
It was
Okay.
sunroom before, but after they put heating inside and added like to the room.
The other comment I had was the location of the proposed stockpile. I would prefer to see that moved closer to the 100-foot buffer zone or even outside of the 100-foot.
Okay.
I think there's probably gonna be some soils generated here. I didn't want that pile right up against the erosion control.
Okay, I'll move that.
Yeah. And so, so the addition in the back, there's gonna be a walkout basement, yes?
It is currently, yes, we are not touching.
Okay. And there's a 22-inch and a 24-inch tree in the backyard, sort of right and left of the concrete patio. Those are staying, yeah? Okay. And those were my questions.
It is one tree that's already dead, close to 24. I don't think you put it. It's like dead tree already, so it will fall in a couple of years, but it's not, I think, in your plans.
Oh, you're keeping this 24?
No, we keep it all of them, but
Okay.
it is tree close to 24 one that is already dead.
Is it
Stay-
closer to the house than the
No,
24? Further?
It's actually close to back, not to the house. So it's healthy tree 24, and after that it's
Maybe show me and we'll show it. If it's a dead tree, I'll
It's
know
dead
it to
tree.
be dead.
no, it is dead tree there.
We'll look at it
You
together.
have a picture
I
of
have
it?
I have a picture of the patio that I think probably shows it. Or is it really a tree, is it a tree that forks right at ground level?
It should be somewhere here.
I mean, I can, since we're in the same room, apologies to people on Zoom who can't see this, but
This one here, there's,
No, this is healthy.
and that's probably going here.
This one here.
Joe, I can turn my camera on and you can show, zoom this way.
I suppose. Sure.
Right there.
We are not
Very
planning to
good.
touch it, but it will fail. It's
I can't start video, post has stopped it,
That's fine. This is not,
that's all right,
it's
never mind.
it's not
It's
a
not starting.
huge deal, I think.
Okay, Chuck, do you have any wrap-up questions or comments or anything?
I was only gonna ask Jack if he could just note, from my review when I go out there and look, that if he just notes that that driveway is going to be, replaced or removed, whatever, in kind or something, some note. That would be great to have.
So, sounds
No-
like,
No DEP and file number, so we have to continue.
and we got some loose ends, so it has to be continued anyway.
Yep.
Yep, so I'll entertain a motion.
I move to continue the hearing on 31 Baker Road until December 8th.
Second?
So I didn't know if there was anyone.
Yeah, and I'm gonna pause for the vote just to check and see if anybody from the public has any questions or comments or. Yes,
For that pipe, it is in the easement that I'm not sure if I would like to do something because you saw how much water is coming, but I'm not sure
what to do?
if, yes, because according to town should not touch it. But you want to do something and, yeah, it's a lot of erosion there.
Yeah.
I mean, typically Chuck, those stormwater easements are typically managed by the engineering department and right?
Not really managed,
Well,
but,
tracked
The
or.
responsibility
they
of,
can't, no structures on them, and And when you have to talk to the engineering department if you're proposing anything. I think that's the
Right.
process that he's in with the building commissioner and
When you go out to
I'm
look
not
at
really
the
sure.
property, you could look at that and have your own opinion whether
But
it's.
if you took up those stairs, would they allow you to put them back in? That's what I'm kind of wondering in the back of my head. But that's a conversation, not with us. I mean, we only want to know what the disturbance is, but you don't really know how much disturbance there is yet because you don't know if you're gonna where you're gonna be jacking up the house or supporting the house and if these timber stairs are coming out or not.
Yeah, when you see the stairs, Chuck, they're just the landscape timbers.
Yeah.
And then crushed stone, landscape timber, they're not like
With lots of
a
moss.
structural step.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and what did you
more
wanna
like a
do with those?
landscape.
Just replace them?
Are you you're just leaving them?
We'll see what will be left, but probably the same like today, like same style that water will go through and because we cannot do anything structural on that side anyway.
Yeah. I mean, that could be considered maintenance, I guess, you know.
Could
Of
be.
some kind.
I mean, if you have to dig up to get to the foundation on the side of the corner there, you would presumably rip up the steps at the bottom.
Right.
It's the bottom ones.
Yeah.
But they go well.
Yeah, but
No, I'm looking at a picture.
some of them need to be replaced, but in same style.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'll let, we had a motion. Any other questions or comments from the public? No? Okay, so we had a motion, we had a second, I believe.
Yep.
So Martha, would you,
Martha Moore in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Did we lose Carl?
Yeah, we've lost Carl, so go on to people in person.
Sounds good. Joe Carnahan in favor?
Ryan Bowe in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night. All right. Okay. Missing right along. All right. Let's open the public hearing for the town forest cutting plan. It's a request for determination of applicability
There's three, which one do you want to?
filed by the Town Forest Committee under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act.
Out of those three, do you want me to open all?
Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, to clear trees in town forest, individual selection, harvest, and red pine removal in their entirety before they die off. Portions of the work are within the 100-foot buffer zone and the 200-foot riverfront. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under the current project off Stroud Ave. Assessors map 43, 49, 50, lot 43, 34, 37, 43, 49, 45, 6, 7, 50, 420,
Just let me know what you want to start with.
RC Reading Conservation Commission file number 2021-15. Okay, thank you. And just for the record, introduce yourself. Thanks for waiting.
Okay, they're just getting that set up. Hello, good evening. I'm Bill Sullivan. I'm chair of the Town Forest Committee in Reading. Very happy to be here today. Had a good morning sidewalk, which I think was very productive, and wanted to talk more about the request for determination of applicability, which we filed in order to, address a problem that we're having in the town forest with the red pine trees. Next.
Hold on a second.
Okay, so the red pine trees in the town forest are dying. And, as you can clearly see here, anyone that goes into the town forest, you just look up and you can see areas within the town forest that you see these are up at the top. Here, this is shot from a drone. And you can see that the needles are all brown. The trees in the back are white pines. So it's the red pines that are really suffering here. Next, a couple of more shots of, this is from the ground, that's what they look like. And you can see that the brown needles are at the top, and those trees are all dead. Next. And still another shot. So they're pretty easy to see. Next. So the problem is that red pines are really well suited for more northern climates. These Norway pines were transplanted from Maine when the town forest was used as a, the pine trees were regularly harvested for wood. They're nice trees because they grow up nice and straight, as opposed to the white pines that can kind of fork off. But for the climate change that we're dealing with now, that puts a lot of stress on the red pines because they're not really native to here. That makes them vulnerable to fungus and insects, such as the pine scale. So there's a need to remove these trees before they fall and injure people. There's about 8 areas, primary areas. There's sort of red pines scattered around the town forest where they're dead, but there are really 8 primary areas. What we're proposing to do is to focus on 4 of those 8 areas, which would mean clearing, removing the dead red pines from about 4.5 acres, which is really the same size that we did the last time under phase 1 in January 2020, where we removed some trees. Next slide, please. So this slide, I don't know if you can hear me, but this slide shows the 8 areas. These are kind of the general locations. The council ring here. This is the red trail, the yellow trails. So they're scattered around the town forest. The next slide, shows the 4 areas that we are proposing to cut the dead red pines. Areas 1, 2, 3, and 6 in those green areas right there. Thank you, yes. Next. So the next slide shows, this is actually from the forest cutting plan, which was prepared by our certified forester, Phil Benjamin. He went out and marked the most vulnerable trees in terms of safety, because they're on next to roads or they're on trails and are represent a risk to people that are on those trails and on the roads. So he marked. People that go into the town forest will see blue paint marks about the size of an apple, and on the trees that are marked to come out. And so he then, using GPS, then kind of circled all those areas, and that's most clearly defined in the cutting plan that you see there. Next. So there's some examples. I know those of you that have been out to the town forest have seen it, but you can see that these. There's one here. So that's what the purpose of that is, to indicate to the logger which trees they're taking out. They're not just going in there to say, well, this one looks dead, I'm taking it out. They only will remove those trees that have the red spots on them. Next. So this slide, this photograph is really emphasizes, it's really dramatizes how important it is to get these trees out. So these marks were only put on a few weeks ago. And so you can see that even in that few weeks, some of these pines have already blown down. We had that storm a while back. That's an indication of the condition of what these trees are in. And the roots are even, we had the forester out this morning. The roots are in even worse shape than what you see up above. So they die as the top dies. So all of them are going to fall. And so what we're proposing to do is to remove those dead trees before they can fall and injure someone. So it's far better to remove them safely, better for public safety, than waiting for the trees to fall on their own. Next. So I mentioned phase 1 that was done in January of 2020. This was the piece of equipment that was used at that time to remove the trees from 4.5 acres. It has a long articulating arm that can reach out into the trees and grab them and then cut them. And then the next slide shows the trees being lifted up, and then it's dropped down so that it can then be carried away where it was brought to a chipper.
I could just ask a question with the picture here, just I can't see it quite well enough. Is that vehicle on rubber tires?
It is, yes. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, that goes into the mitigation that we're looking at is a couple of different things that, to minimize impact. So yes, that was a rubber tired vehicle. Next. So, the logger will then cut and drop the marked trees, and then they'll take those trees out to a chipper. The other mitigation aspect is that this work will be done when the ground is frozen. When we did phase one of the things that the commission was very firm about, that we complete this work by the end of February. So we certainly expect that would be the case here, and that's what we want to do, that's what we're targeting to do, is to get this, out to bid as soon as possible, and then we'll to proceed with getting the logger under contract and then schedule the work.
Sorry, I keep asking
Sure,
questions, but, so the slide says using a skidder, but this morning you did talk about not using a skidder,
I
so to
prepared
make
this before this morning, so yes.
Right,
yeah.
I want,
So it's a bit of
all the
a.
cases where we've said something that's different than what's being
That's right.
presented.
So the terminology, correct. It was more intended to be, they use the cutter to cut the tree and drop it down, and then they will haul that away. They're not going to drag it across the ground. Yeah. Next. Okay, so the Reading Fire Department went out to take a look at the condition out there, and they expressed some concern. They said, in response to after having been out to see it, these large areas contain trees that had already fallen or were in decay, posing a significant fire hazard. The added fuel caused by these decaying and downed trees will accelerate a fire and potentially overwhelm our resources. Additionally, many of these areas encroached existing trails, increasing the safety risk to anyone using the trails. For the reasons stated above, the fire department would be fully in favor of this work to not only reduce the fire hazard, but the potential safety hazard to the many residents that enjoy the town forest. So that was Assistant Chief Paul Jackson that wrote that, and we certainly concur with that, the urgency of doing this work. Which then, the next slide brings us to our request for determination of applicability. The Town Forest Committee requests the approval of the commission to carry out this work to remove these dead trees in order to reduce the risk of injury due to falling branches and trees and to address the fire hazard. The dead trees they are just a hazard to the public. So the next step would be DPW has prepared, for phase one, they prepared the bid documents. We have that template and would be used again using this current cutting plan that was prepared by our certified forester. That would then go out to bid. We would then obtain funding. Actually, you can go to the next slide, Chuck, sorry. And we would then obtain funding at town meeting. We did apply for and received a grant from the Department of Conservation and Recreation. We received a grant for $10,000. So we certainly want to take advantage of that by doing that this year, this January, February. And so then the next step would be to award the contract and then conduct the clearing in January or February. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I'm gonna sort of continue with thank you, Bill. I'm gonna continue with what we've been doing all night. And we did have a site visit today. I'm gonna reach out to Martha at this point, see if she has any questions or comments, feedback, reaction from the site visit today.
There may be some others that I'm forgetting at this point, but one of them is concern about the condition of the ground after you have done the tree cutting. Can we leave it with leaf layer or whatever on the ground so that we're not churning it up? And I think that is more of a thing to go in the equivalent of order of conditions that we would put in the bid for the tree company that's gonna be bidding on this?
Sure. One of the things that we talked about this morning was to include constraints in the bid document that would say, a rubber-tired vehicle, and, the type of equipment that can reach in to do this work, to minimize, the impact on that work. And certainly the frozen ground will help a lot, but, we want to, that will certainly help by having a rubber-tired piece of equipment.
But even a rubber-tired vehicle can leave tire treads and ruts and things like that. So maybe something in terms of, if their vehicles have dug any ruts, if they spun their wheels in the mud or anything like that, to repair any damage that they have created.
Sure, that's fair. I mean, certainly if we can get this done in January, the likelihood of mud is quite a bit less. But fair point, if we do get a warm spell and we get some soft ground, then certainly we can require that be corrected.
Okay.
Well,
And then there was I believe it's Area 1, there's a place where they're planning to go up onto the crest of the hill there. And, well, not down that way, in the green patch, right in that green patch. But to get the vehicles up the crest of the hill, they have to go up a fairly steep slope. And I would like to see, we talked about it this morning, maybe some of the tree trunks left blocking that area so it doesn't look like a trail, and have people continue to use the existing access to that upper trail rather than having people think they can climb straight up the hill where the trees have now been removed and the vehicles have traveled.
Sure, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, and I'm sure there were a couple of other things I'm not remembering at the moment. But certainly, protecting the wetland on the east side of that road that goes along Area 1 is a high priority.
I know one of the things, Martha, you were maybe thinking of that we talked about was for the invasive plants, the buckthorn specifically. We spent a fair amount of time talking about that, and I meant to include that in my talk. But, the Town Forest Committee is fully aware of the problem with the invasive buckthorns primarily, and other invasive plants. When we did phase 1, right after that, we had a scout project that made a huge effort to collect buckthorn from the area and then burned it in the council ring. When we had the 90th anniversary celebration, we had a buckthorn pulling effort. That's going to continue. That, as a committee, between Kurt Habel and Susan Bowe, they are just so locked into this whole invasive plant, problem. As are we. We talk about it at every single meeting, and so, we certainly will continue that process. And because the reason being, when we open the canopy and, light gets into the understory, plants are gonna grow. We have certain plants, we want the native plants to grow, we don't want the buckthorn. So we know that there will be an effort to make sure that these areas that are gonna be opened up will be controlling the buckthorn so that the natives can then take over.
That's all I have at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. John?
I don't think I have anything in addition to what Martha said right now.
Okay. Joe?
So, one thing I recall discussing with the forester this morning that I feel like worth repeating here was the question of there were some, especially in Area 1 on the sort of near the end of the trail, so I guess that'll be the southern end here, there was, he sounded relatively confident that they'd be able to reach all of the trees, but it also sounded like we could scratch the last few removed trees if it turns out that they are, in particular there was a white pine that's practically in the middle of the trail, which sort of provides if we don't want to disturb that one, I don't think we do. that would be, if we can't get to the trees, the proposal was to come at those trees past that white pine from coming up from the road. There's a stone fireplace there, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, that area. So I just want to make sure we're clear that if we can't get to it from the road, we're not going to take down the white pine to get at it from the get that at them from the trail. If we're on the same page about that, that's good.
No, we are, and certainly that's when Phil, who's done this for many, many years,
Understand?
when he goes out to mark these, he's viewing that not to where the dead red pines, anybody can do that.
Yeah.
I could do it, but for him, he's looking at it as, okay, I'm in the logging truck, that piece of equipment. How am I gonna get to that tree? And so that's when the shape that's in the forest cutting plan is kind of irregular, and he looked at and has and now labeled in what he sent out today. He has those red lines to show the access path.
Yes.
So certainly he knows that. Now, there may be some smaller other trees. If there's a cluster of 10 dead red pines that are near a, if there may have to be some trees that we have to take out that aren't dead.
Yeah.
But that's not the norm.
There was another thing this morning that we discussed. It sounded like we all agreed, but I'm just not quite sure how it gets captured in the plan or anything. But there were, especially next to the wetlands in Area 1, there were some trees where I forget we had the gentleman there who I think worked in the Phase 1 cutting.
Phil Benjamin.
Dan Meyer.
Okay. Who said that those trees could be, cut off at the top and left as a 10 or 20 foot snag instead. And it sounded like everyone thought that was a great idea, and I'm just wondering, because if they're currently marked for removal, how do we express that we'll
Sure.
leave?
I think in that context, what I heard him say was that it would depend on where they were. So
Sure.
if they are 10 feet off the trail, that's fine. We can leave 10 feet standing. But if it's within 10 feet of the trail.
Yeah, no, we were talking about ones. There's in particular there's a place where there's just a little bit of wetland to the west of the road. It's all obviously swamp to the right.
Yep.
And there were some there that were a little ways back that I think were the ones we were talking about. So yeah, I think that's the.
They're gonna fall.
Yes,
we
yes,
don't,
right,
we just
right.
don't,
Yes.
but if they fall, away from people, that's fine.
That's yeah.
Because there are the other areas like Area 7 down there and maybe Area 8. They're not really, it shows next to that road there, but really they're more up the hill. So most of those are not an imminent threat.
Yeah.
Risk to the public. And so they're gonna fall within the next few years. And when they do, they'll decompose where they fall.
Sure. But if we can leave the bottom distance from trail feet on those ones that are next to the wetland, I think that sounded like a good idea. And yeah, the part where the amount you leave, yes, I can do the geometry. If it's the amount you leave is the distance from the trail, that seems eminently reasonable. I'm trying to remember. I think we had a lot of good conversations about access this morning. Thanks for I think it was Phil who put the map together. But in any case, that was exactly what I was hoping to see. I don't think I have any other questions.
Okay.
Yeah, speaking of access, so that vehicle is fairly wide. So I can see you using it on the roads, right off the road to get those trees. But some of the areas are trails, in particular the cross-country ski trail, whatever it is. That's a narrow trail. How are you going to get that vehicle any distance in there? Some of the blue markings are far in.
Yeah, some of those, in fact, that one, the yellow trail and the red trail, where they're talking about going in, they're all dead red pines. So that will create, on the yellow trail especially, that will create the access point. On the red trail, coming up that.
Which one's the red one?
Oh, this one. So here, coming up here, this was the hill that Martha was talking about?
So I was thinking actually more over here, the cross-country.
Yep.
It's a council ring,
Right.
and there's actually, there's actually blue markings pretty far out to where this trail comes up from the boardwalk. The outside of this.
There's some down
Hatched
in
area.
area 6 maybe, think about this now?
No, I mean, so here, so, let's. Okay. All right. Yeah, so there are ones very close to where this cross-country trail connects here. And so, first of all, they're not on this plan. I don't know why that is.
They're on the forest cutting plan. Everything on the forest cutting plan, it matches up with the blue dots.
And so the idea is that they would cut to get in.
They're gonna cut from the council ring, they're gonna come in this way.
Yep.
Actually, could you go to the forest cutting plan one, Chuck? The one that he sent out today, better. Yeah. So this, well, see, this doesn't really show the council ring. But this is area 3. Council ring is right around here. So they're gonna come in like this, and then they'll be able to work their way in here.
Can you go back to the previous one, Chuck, please? Sorry if you can't hear me, Martha. Okay, so, what? Try that. So, they're not coming this way, they're coming this way, right?
If they were coming this way,
Right, it's a second one.
Council ring.
so they pretty much just go due east from the council ring, and then
Okay, but that was fine for now, you have to.
it looked kind of like they
Sure.
Where I walked, but there were ones where I didn't expect it to be.
Okay, well, I know that there are some just out of the blue down here. You know, that one, but there's only a handful, that's the area 6.
So I asked that exact question.
Because you're a genius.
No, because it looked unusual that, but I think what the whole problem is that it makes sense when you look at it now that the only access is through the trail. But Phil spent a day with his partner out there, and what they were doing is not only finding dead trees, but laying out routes. And sometimes the most direct route isn't how it's marked out. So I guess there's some sort of like, you know, Morse code terminology with these blue dots. But they are going to cut their way in, and they're going to back out, and they're not going to go down the trail. So we talked about one spot which I just couldn't figure out how he was going to get there, but that's what he explained to me. And I looked to my left, and there was the council ring. And I looked up in the air, there was a whole bunch of dead red pines. And so by him saying we cut our way in and then we back out made a lot of sense, because that was in the middle of the cross-country ski trail. And so that's how that area is going to get accessed. And there was a spot further down on that trail where it first comes off the main road.
So does that route go across the cross-country ski trail down towards the resource, because there's blue dots in there too, and then they would back out that whole serpentine route?
It seemed like they were able to do that. So that cross-country trail where you came off the road, so I don't know if you know it this well, but it kind of forks. You can go up one path, and you can go up the other path, but then they combine.
Yeah.
And there's some blue painted trees there.
Right.
They are going to come in from the road and then back out, and then they're going to come down from another spot where there's a bunch of dead pines in that area, and that's it in that first spot. And the other spot has to do with coming all the way around to the council ring and working your way in from there. So felt fairly confident that he plotted a spot to get in there and to do the work. And the other thing that they were going to do is in these areas that had the hill, and you know, he's like, are you going to drag things out? So you're going to have one machine pass the tree to another machine. Well, not actually. They're going to put it on the ground. The other one will pick it up, but then pull it out like that, and then get it to a truck, which will drive it out. So that's why there's no skidding going on.
Yeah, that was, no, my question was, you mentioned you're not gonna haul it out, my question was, wasn't haul it.
Yeah, no, I was, you know, Phil had a good plan, and it was, when you're on site, you could see how that would work. But it's hard to realize that when you're just looking at something that's called the cross-country trail, and you're assuming that that's the access, which it's not.
Okay, that helps.
the only thing I'll add to that is that it's, we talked first this morning about the, along the, Pine Ridge Trail, where the trail is the access. But then, yeah, it was a little counterintuitive, but I did eventually get the idea that most of the access to, even though we're cutting along the length of the cross-country trail, most of the access is sort of perpendicular to the trail. Which makes sense, because there's no way you're gonna get equipment along the length of that trail. It's not, it's way too narrow and bumpy, so.
And the parts that they are on the trail, it's pretty wide.
Yeah.
So that, you know, because the logger that was there that did the work on phase one, he was there right when Phil was talking about how they were coming in, and they were on the same page. So that's why Phil, you know, was pleased that Dan Meyer was there, because he was able to confirm, yes, this will work.
Okay.
You wanna say something?
I was just gonna continue, but I can.
I just wanna chime in that, there's, I mean, you know, in general, you know, the precept of the application, I don't take any issue with at all. Of course, the forest needs to be managed. If I saw all the die off and invasive management is really important as well. A couple of parts of this that sort of make me still not 100% sure is, you know, walking the trail, I got a good, and with the spray painted dots and everything today, I got a really good sense of all the detail that's going into this. And a lot of that detail is, I'm just gonna say, you know, it's not exactly listed out on in this RDA. It's generally talked about, it's generally understood, and part of the concern I have about that is in times when that happens as a permit, one thing happens that was not exactly specified and a misunderstanding, and all of a sudden conservation saying, okay, stop everything, we gotta rethink this, redo this, that's not what we approved. You know, and it kind of could build additional aggravation kind of for the project in the future, which clearly I want to avoid. I want this to go as smoothly as possible. So I don't know if there's a way to kind of capture a lot of the detail that we saw today. That's one thing that is just really hanging out there for me. A second thing about this is it's submitted as an RDA. And with the potential for, with the proximity, a lot of these trees are, and a lot of these trails, and a lot of the disturbance, even in the wintertime, is gonna be close to the wetlands, and the potential need for restoration afterwards. There's a part of me that's wondering if it would be suited under a notice of intent. That's just, you know, and clearly there's, if the winter comes and it's a good solid freeze with a great snow cover, I'm gonna have a lot more confidence about the fact that damage is gonna be minimized out there. And I'm rooting for that, like that's, but in the case that we have a warmer winter, a milder winter with a lot of rain, I'm just wondering what's gonna happen in that case. Because I know from my standpoint, like, you know, there's lake I know that it used to be skatable, and for the last 2 winters I couldn't skate on it because a couple times it really didn't freeze over. You know, so things are warming up, and you know, obviously urgency is important. But I've got some questions about and things I'm not quite so sure about exactly how or can we with an RDA ensure protection and restoration of resource area and repairing any damage that would get done.
Can I answer the first question first?
Yeah.
So, in terms of the limits of the work, after Phil and his work partner went out and painted the trees, marked the trees for removal, they then used the GPS to actually, determine the limits of each of these areas. That is what's on the forest cutting plan.
So that's what's on the yellow highlighted plan?
Correct.
Okay,
So that's,
Okay.
whereas that was kind of put together,
Okay.
the other one, sorry.
so that was created by GPS?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep, so whereas
So-
this one was kind of eyeball.
conceptual?
Correct.
Yeah.
So the
Okay.
other one is the
Can I go to
more
it?
specific.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm gonna go to it.
Go back to the-
So that is,
Appreciate that.
those are the limits in the forest cutting plan. That's done by GPS.
Okay,
So that one's good.
okay.
In terms of, RDA versus an NOI, the work is the same. I guess it
Yeah.
needs to be done. To go to an NOI now, you're talking about, we may miss this winter. We can't miss this winter.
No, I know, I just bring it up because it's something especially after the site visit, that it just had me thinking. This is the place to sort of throw out, like, what the thoughts are, and what the discussion is, just so that it's public, I didn't,
Well, the
I
phase
didn't
one
discuss
was an
this with
RDA
other-
also.
Yeah.
I don't know if that
So
is a factor, but.
I was gonna weigh in a little bit too. So this is this is a town project. So there's that security
Yeah.
on getting it right. There's what we saw 2 years ago, which was, I think the worst we saw was ruts. And those were discovered and taken care of. And then third, this has been reviewed by MISA, Natural Heritage, same thing, and a forester.
DCR.
Yeah, DCR forester.
Yeah.
So typically, the commission wants a voice, but understands that there has been a lot said already and a lot of review already. But what's missing is what you guys would wanna add. And what might be missing is, I just kind of like made a list. Buckthorn, which was addressed. And I think the access routes after the work's finished was probably addressed. And then possibly looking at these areas, these exact areas, 3 years from now, and just trying to figure out if somehow, some planting needed to happen, that we didn't get the grow back that we thought was going to happen. And a lot of the areas looked good. There was some, areas that had no, shrub layer at all. But there's a huge deer population out there, and that might be the reason why. There was a lot of buckthorn, but there was a lot of other things missing. And usually you don't have that vegetation layer when you have a lot of deer population. So I don't know the reason for that, but obviously these openings attract deer and they'll probably eat whatever grows. So it has to be looked at. But that's kind of what my little bit of a list of what kind of was missing from those other review that came through. And but I do like the conversation. I like the conversation about the 25-foot area that we were talking to Phil and others, that it's not marked on the plan, but it would have been kind of asked somehow, which I don't understand the process as asked, to leave some of those 10-foot snags out in that area where it's appropriate. But if there was a stand of 10 that were dead, of course we wouldn't leave all 10 of them exact. There would be 1 or 2 in that area, and then up there would be more. And not to take anything down, because there were a few nice ones out there that were dead already, that had some ants and woodpecker activity on it and things like that, and a big hole in it. And we'd want those saved. But I think that's where the commission needs to work.
Yeah, I agree. I was gonna comment that, whatever could be left to provide additional habitat, like those stands, to enhance the habitat, those steps should be taken.
Especially if they're like leaning away from the trail. But, as I was saying earlier, if it's right on the trail and you're leaving 10 feet and it's gonna fall onto the trail, you really haven't done anything, if you leave that one. But, so if we certainly, yeah, I agree, we can certainly be selective on which ones make sense to leave.
Mhm.
Just, you know, this.
Now, I think that's only in the first 25-foot area. Is that what we're thinking? So only on that one side of the road?
Just area one, right?
It was area one, and specifically, I think on the
Well, area 3
Near
had
the chimney or the.
exactly, yeah, on
grill area.
on the east side of the road, where there's, I mean, the road is less than 25 feet from the wetland there, but it was also pretty clear cut. There were either, again, no pun intended, there were trees that were not proposed to be cut down. Everybody, like, those are our favorite trees. And then there were ones that are right on the trail, and there was no question that the whole tree had to go. So I think the only question mark was on the left, where there was a little more space. There was a wetland between the ridge and the trail, and there was an opportunity to leave some snags there. I think that was
I also saw an area kind of midway down area 3. If we entered area 3 from the north side walking down, there was a point just before we kind of turned a corner and entered the council ring as we were heading south. There was a point where the land dips down and there's cutting on the right side and a little bit on the left, and the wetlands looked really close on the left. And that was one place I was particularly concerned about as well.
That could be a place to leave, a stand, something.
Yeah.
You just top the tree, as long as it's, you kind of get into that, it's, as long as it's, far enough from the trail, so it's not a safety.
Yeah. So maybe
So,
you have other comments?
No, I was
Go ahead.
just thinking a lot of this is gonna be really tough. It's hard to micromanage 4.5 acres of removal, and things are gonna happen. But, I thought, what the 3 things that I would point out would be good, but it's good, at the end of the day, we wanna have the applicant say that these are the areas that we'll look at, we'll concentrate on, and they should also be in the, we have a determination for a request for determination of applicability. So I think the devil's in the detail, and this is probably something that that if we can get some conditions, and that the commission reviews it, and then I could issue it, so. I think that's where, I might be jumping the gun a little bit, and more discussion is needed, but.
How about those commission members on Zoom? Martha or John, do you have any other comments to add?
Nope, I spoke already.
Okay.
None from me.
Okay. One question I had, you said you got a DCR grant to do this work.
Yes.
If there's any leftover, could some of that money be put towards some of the invasive management?
Well, yes, actually, and the other thing I meant to bring up that we had talked about earlier this morning was not just invasive management, but native plantings. So invasives first. Our goal would be, if we can, because the scouts have done so much, in terms of planting after phase 1, and then, they've had multiple buckthorn pulls by the scouts. The more we can do with volunteers, and what we also talked about, because we talked about these invasives at every single town forest committee meeting, is to learn from other towns they have an annual, invasive plant pulling day, and they get tons of people come to this thing, and pulling up plants from all over the community. So that's something that we're going to be instituting, is to try to get a lot of support for that and recognition. Especially people that use the town forest, because a lot of people do. There's bird watchers and dog walkers and bike riders, and I think in the high schools they all need community service hours, and as do the scouts. So we're very optimistic that we are going to, and we will. This will be an annual event that we have to continue this.
Yeah.
And for money too. So I'm hoping that we can do it without spending money, because we don't want to pay somebody to pull buckthorn if we can help it. The other thing that we talked about was was planting native plants. So we're gonna get funding, DPW is going for funding at the town meeting. Then on top of that, we have the 10,000. If we have money left over, then we can talk about, planting native plant saplings that in these areas where we're doing the planting.
That would be great, even just to up the seed bank there too.
And you have to understand that this is an area that it's just not one person's house that we're dealing with here. Residents of Reading don't want these places left open. They don't want it to, this is their town forest. So I think we have the benefit of that also. Everyone's aware that the project has to be presented and completed the best way it can be, considering that we're just cutting out a lot of trees. But I think that it worked well the last time. We didn't get the cooperation of the weather. That was the problem on the first go round.
At the end, yeah, we got almost as they were just wrapping up the project, there were some ruts, but DPW took care of them.
Yeah, DPW came in and did some work, and I would expect that if there was something, I don't know how the contract works, but anyways, DPW fixed the ruts and not the company that cut the trees down.
Okay.
So it's more the reason to do the work as early as we can into January, because it gives us a little bit of flexibility. We were kind of getting well into, a little bit later, so that's why the sooner the better we can get this out to bid and awarded, the better likelihood of getting it in the frozen weather.
So I think it sounds to me at this point, and I'd like feedback from other commission members.
I had a question.
Go ahead.
I know that
Yeah, go ahead.
Chris Cole and Jane Kinsella, the assistant director and the director of the DPW are here. I don't know if they wanted to say something. I just noticed that they're in the
Sure.
audience. Do you want to jump to a vote
Yeah.
before that?
Yeah, we noticed they were there too. Yeah. Would you like to chime in?
Really worthwhile project, as you can see. I think Bill explained that quite well. We did get funding at town meeting. So that was approved.
Oh, it was, okay.
So it looks like everything's in place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just one last step.
Yeah. Thank you.
There was even a motion to reduce that funding, and that I think the motion to reduce that funding got 4 votes or something like that. So yes, you definitely
Okay.
had town meeting support there.
Well, it sounds like we've got all the information we need. Are members ready to take a vote tonight, or should we?
Is anyone not ready?
Well,
So
maybe.
I'd like you to review the order. So if you could close and maybe, Chris, I asked you earlier, but you didn't know. Do you know now when you need this by? Do we have all of next week to send it to you, or
Next week would be fine if we get more by next week.
by the end of next week? Okay. So
Okay.
let's close and then, creatively say issue after review by the commission by, and just whatever the date is of Thursday of next week.
Okay.
Do we have to also, so the
18th.
is closing just
Closing ends all discussion on it.
Yes, and then with an RDA, there's usually a vote on the determination.
Correct. So it's
And
not an order.
A vote to issue as well, or is that the same as the vote to? I'm being a little bit of a parliamentary.
Because this is an RDA, so it's a negative determination.
So I'm just confused. So we usually close it and then there's the issuing
Of
portion of it,
Right, correct.
whether it's a notice of intent or an RDA. But you could say, do you want the actual terminology?
No, you had just said like the order. You had
Oh.
talked about it as the order, and we're
Sorry
coming
about that.
from the
This-
RDA
RDA
standpoint.
isn't an order, is it? Right.
No,
It's
it's
not.
not. It's,
So it's confused about that.
Correct.
So, after we're done with our bureaucratic wheel
Thank you
spinning,
for that.
it's clearly getting late, I wanna keep moving.
He was just testing you.
Is there a motion to close? I'll entertain that motion.
hold on, wait, let me look at what the name of the hearing is called. I'll move to close the public hearing on the town forest cutting plan. See file number 2021-15.
Second. And I vote in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor?
Brian Bowe in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor? Okay, Chuck?
Anyone have any conditions before we issue?
No, this is the part where we need to repeat all things we just said, hopefully quickly, because.
So,
it's
I have, the town forest committee will concentrate on the red pine harvested areas for invasive buckthorn pulling efforts in the future. So that's including last year and this year. Does that sound,
Yeah,
that sounds fine? Okay.
It's a regular thing we do anyway, so yes.
And then there was the, this Joe, you have to help me with this one, I just wrote access on White Pine Trail, which isn't the White Pine Trail, I think it's the red trail, it's the
Yes,
white pine that you were worried about.
Right, there was a, how do I wanna put this?
How can you make that a condition?
Oh, gosh, because there are, in fact, I can't remember if there are any white pines on the slope that need to come down for that access.
And they
That
weren't
seemed,
marked, right? So
yeah, I don't think
the
there were any.
condition is if they're not marked, you don't cut them.
Every effort will be utilized to avoid removing healthy white pines within the work area?
Yes,
How
that
about
sounds
that?
like it.
Okay,
That's,
so I'll write that in a minute. And then in the first 25 foot, which we're gonna call the ZMV, leave habitat, trees, you know,
yes, where,
if they're not in danger of falling
right,
on
where
the trail.
the, you know, where the tree is in, where the distance, I mean, we could say something like where the distance between the tree and the trail is sufficient to leave,
Greater
at
than
least,
the height of the
yes, is greater than the height of the stump, or is great enough to leave a stump of sufficient height. If it's 3 feet from the trail, we don't need a 3-foot stump, but if it's 13 feet from the trail, we'd love to have a 13-foot stump, or the woodpeckers would love it.
And there wasn't one that was fully finished discussion, and I started to write, if it's warm and rainy, and I wrote the project will be put off, but I didn't know, because we really talked about the project being put off, but what happens if it's warm and rainy all of January?
Which is sadly not impossible.
Could happen, I mean, statistically, it's not likely.
No, but it's the same, about to say, it's the same, it's the same
chances
climate
this-
change that's killing the red
Yeah.
pines,
You have-
is making
you have a better
January wetter than it
chance.
used to be.
And you have a better chance this January than next January.
Do you want
So-
that to be a
That's right.
condition?
That's right.
Oh, gosh, yes, but can I get what I want? That's the question.
I think,
So if it's warm,
Every effort will be made to do the work when the ground is frozen.
I think that's probably all we can ask for.
Chuck, I'd like to add a comment in there about adding gravel
Oh, yeah, on
to the road,
On the stream
that
crossing.
it will stay, stay on the roadway.
Well, we added it last time, or DPW added it.
Well,
That can
as
happen
it,
again?
it just says in the BMP,
Are you doing
it
that
says,
We can, yeah.
well, no,
It depends
was
on-
it
it
planned
depends.
or is there enough out there now?
It's way better than it was
Yeah,
2
way
years
better than
ago.
it was.
Yeah, cause that first area looked fine, I thought the
Yeah.
causeway maybe, but the area where the water crosses the road, I thought that was enough in that area.
That's fine, yeah.
Because, yeah, about 2 years ago, it was really rutted right at the causeway.
So I didn't see,
Okay.
add gravel part of
Okay.
this.
just one of the BMPs says
So we
add
need it.
gravel if
And that actually
necessary
came from the fire department, it was their request, so it was,
to improve.
it wasn't really something that we had much control over.
Okay, that's fair.
Do you have the thing about repairing ruts if they damage the soil?
Yeah, I did have the ground after, but I didn't really finish that thought, which I would have done when I wrote the determination. But the ground and the ruts will be back bladed. Anything else needed, just to remove them?
What about accidental accessory tree takings?
any accidentally accessory trees taken, they'll call your phone number and explain,
I just
and
changed it.
explain, and
Explains
Number.
the tree
you're
herself.
required to come down immediately to talk to them.
You're gonna.
I don't know, I
Just-
think that there's
just-
gonna be, it's a construction site, and I think that's going to happen, and,
Some of it's gonna happen.
but it sounded like Phil had a good plan.
Okay.
Everyone has a good plan, but I don't know, like now we're down to the operators, the guy that actually doing it, and hopefully the plan isn't to
Phase
get one
one
for the.
was unbelievable. We got no complaints, right?
Is there something in there about
No, no.
notification of work and?
No, but you wanna be notified 72 hours before the work happens, is that?
I think conservation, like you, at a minimum, should be notified. And if you can't be out there,
I don't know,
other
I don't know if I should be out there, because this is like crazy work.
No, I'm saying, with binoculars, watching from afar, not in front
I think they
of
leave at
this-
3, I
not
could
in front of the
check it out
skidder, right?
after they stop. I mean, is anyone
No.
really out there when this is happening? No, right? Do you guys,
We walked out to check it out, yeah.
as they're cutting or afterwards?
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go, I just
Yeah,
thought,
stay away, but.
Hey, we don't wanna be in it, we
who's
really
that
don't.
guy,
Please don't get hit by a tree,
You know,
anyone here.
um,
72 hours
No,
notice.
I mean,
I'm sure Phil Benjamin will be out there, at times.
And,
It came out at the end last time.
So what about restoration? Something to, Chuck was
I know.
speculating maybe deer were eating things, but there needs to be better fill than there is in the stuff 2 years ago, right?
I know, restorations, that's top of my list, cause restoration is if it doesn't get restored well, the invasive control is gonna be really impossible. But I don't know what resources or availability there is to manage that at this point.
That's where I went off in that conversation is that, many eyes from all the residents that walk through there will help drive a planting effort, but we could write it into this order or this determinations also. So I kind of fell short
I mean,
of
it was
actually.
it was in their application that, invasives are a concern and restoration.
But my question is, would the resulting plantings be denser than they were from the last time? I'm thinking particularly of the road that runs up to the circle, the council circle. On that side there
Yeah.
where it was cleared out, there's not a whole lot there. There's no real,
It will take time, sure.
but I thought the plan was like 3 years or something, 3 growth seasons or something.
Yeah, in the understory, they're coming up. They're there. When we walked by it today, Phil kind of went in and pointed out, the little saplings, the different, the plants that were
It-
kind of hiding.
Yeah, it
But
just,
then once they have the light.
it
that's
just
when they
feels
start coming
sparse.
up.
It feels sparse to me. Now, I don't know if that is because of the deer or if that, I don't know what it is, but it seems like the way it is not sufficient. I'm not saying it's the worst thing ever, not even close to that, but can we ask for more next time, or this time, I guess was what I'm saying.
Well, that was part of why I was asking if there was leftover grant money.
Yeah.
Can it be put towards a couple of trees, a couple of shrubs? But you know what, to the point of, managing this forest well, putting things in at different years, we can't plant everything all at once and expect for a
That's what they
good,
did the last time,
a good,
90 years ago.
viable, diverse,
We see how that worked out.
so something that's done next year and then done the year after and then a different species and then get a real mixture of
They don't
type
have that plan together, but
No,
how
I know,
about, if the understory is not established after 3 growing seasons, the applicant will, and then I was gonna leave that up to you. What will the applicant do? Seek grant opportunities to replant these cutting areas?
You could say seek funding opportunities.
Do you have
It
any,
could be grants, it could be a town.
is there any
wide.
conversation going on with Town Forest Committee now about any of the areas that were cut down but haven't really grown back in yet? That you can,
The areas, there were 2 main areas in phase one. One was by the council ring. and the other was down the road a ways. On, you know, the side that you're talking about, on the opposite side where when your back is to the council ring and you're walking down the main road, there's an area clearing on the right. I think that's what you were talking about, where it's a little thin. There was another area kind of set back on the left where a scout project went in and they planted all kinds of things. And so they're coming up. There were some white pines, saplings that are now really taking off. I mean, it's almost like, I mean, Phil's a great guy. And it's kind of fun to watch him because it's like a kid in a candy store. He said, "Look at this little oak, you know, it's only this tall," and he's so excited about it. So
Watch those trees express themselves.
That's right.
So when
I've never seen so much excitement about a tree that's literally 2 inches tall. Literally, like I thought it was pine needles, just a third of pine needles. Like, nope, that's a seedling. Okay.
And that was confirmed by one of the other, not Laura Dooley, but another DCR forester that came to speak with us when we were talking about how important is it to plant, to replant afterwards. And he was could have gone either way. He said, well, you know, you can, especially if you want to introduce another type of plant. But, you know, between the oaks that are there and then the white pines that are there, they're just waiting. That's kind of how nature works. It's waiting for an opportunity for sunlight. And once they get the sunlight, they take off. So, you know, we're certainly open to, opportunities where we can plant if there are others.
So how can we capture all that? We're going on the notion that something's going to grow, but if it doesn't, it'd be nice to say, well, it's in this order.
Well, I liked the words you had up to the point where then you were asking us to finish it in, and then there was the, right. That was like so.
So we can add
yeah.
Martha's thing. The applicant will
seek.
Every effort will be made to seek
or
funding. I don't know.
What was it again, Martha?
Every effort will be made.
Well, no,
Yeah.
not that part.
But that was on a different topic, but, yeah,
This was seek funding opportunities to something planted,
to replace the trees if needed.
or to add supplemental planting if needed, or
To reestablish the understory.
Yeah,
Sure.
with
funding
native
to-
plantings.
You might as well put that in. Yeah, I mean, right? Like
On a Thursday.
Just
anybody goes and
emphasize.
plants anything non-native after all
Just
this.
emphasize.
I agree.
We're gonna have words, but yeah.
Which by the time that gets planted, it's not gonna be native anymore. I'm not even gonna go down.
I think that's unless there's anything else.
No, I think that's,
All right.
That hit my list.
do we need any erosion control out there? Not if it's winter and not if it's snow. No, okay.
The one place I'm concerned about erosion is where the, forwarder is gonna go up the hill to get to the red trail along the top of the esker. And they talked about, putting some logs down to, discourage that from becoming a popularly used trail. So,
we can leave a log there.
It's area one.
yeah. I'm just thinking of a way to phrase that, to say the logger will disguise the track that they have created in order to get to the top of the hill.
Okay.
Yeah, I had something, but
Something to the effect that when the work is completed, the trails is the wrong word. Paths used to routes used to access the cutting areas will be reestablished or frankly obstructed is what we want. Because reestablished means the planting and hopefully nature will take care of that. But we're trying to keep people from hiking through it all the time. Because stuff will grow if no one walks on it.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. People know the trails too. It's the erosion we're trying to prevent.
Yeah.
Right, so, which will kind of just be revisited after, hoping it all goes well, it's frozen afterwards. We're gonna go back and take a look at it afterwards and see what's rutted out and eroded.
I don't know if this is the term, but it's like, what do they say? They say, so when you create a trail that's not the actual trail, it's like an opportunity trail, or it's a volunteer trail, or it's, I forgot, there's a term for it.
I don't know.
You know,
So
we spent
all
a lot of
new
time
access
talking about
cutting
those
area
within the
trails.
Last month, and we didn't have a word for it, but
Do not know.
So this is what I've come up with. All new access cutting area trails will be blocked to prevent opportunity trails, but I can figure out what that opportunity
that
trail
sounds like
is.
Sure.
perfect to me, thank you.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, I think we've
Yeah,
captured a
they did
lot.
from
Um,
establishing it themselves.
Um,
This is all set, yeah.
any other questions, comments? Anybody else wanna chime in about anything else? Try to keep Martha awake. Okay, alright then. I'll entertain a motion to close.
Well, the hearing,
So,
we closed the
Issue.
hearing, now it's a motion to issue a negative
Did we close?
determination.
close already?
Yes.
But issue as
So-
amended if you really
Oh, yes.
wanna.
Okay,
Issue,
so, and a motion to, issue on this RDA.
issue a negative determination of applicability as amended.
Yeah,
Get it right?
yeah.
Okay, we have a motion.
Seconded.
Second,
Brian,
Martha Moore in favor.
Ryan got
John
it.
Sullivan in favor?
Joe Kernigan in favor?
Ryan Bowe in favor?
Nika Scanlon in favor. Okay,
We're all set?
Thank you very much. This was a long day for you
it was a long
all.
day for all of
Long
us.
day at
Yeah,
Town
thanks for
Forest.
staying.
I really
Appreciate it,
all
Jane.
your
Can I
Thank
get
you,
one
Chris.
copy of this PowerPoint?
That's great.
Just send, you can just send it to me.
And good luck.
And I have,
It's for the file, thanks.
I've got some hard copies here if you'd like to have, so you can have some.
Sure.
I'll take them. If they're already printed, I don't
You know what,
want
I'll grab a couple and,
the last thing I want is to cut down more
Thank you.
trees,
Sure.
so,
Thank
you
you.
Why don't
know,
you
but if they've
reprint it
already
from
been
White
printed, I
Pine, so
can't
you're
put
all
them
set.
back.
That's right. Watch that statement on the back. You want to get one more? Two more?
Thanks, Bill.
and if anybody on Zoom
I
wants
just wanted one
one,
for the file, that's
No,
that's
yeah,
all I wanted.
okay,
Chuck, take this one.
No, you get, you
I'm
got it.
sure Susan
okay, we're
has.
fighting
Yeah,
over the
I got two.
copies.
Oh, there you go. Thanks.
Um, All right, let's move on to old new business. I think,
Well, can we take a,
moment.
Bio break.
yeah,
Okay,
brief
we're gonna
break.
take 5.
take a break, be back at 10:55.
Okay, there. We're back in session. For the break, we're gonna try and make this quick. We're just only gonna get to one other thing on our agenda under old new business. I see there's a Tom Ireland here. Chuck, can you ask him to unmute and?
Sure, Tom, can you unmute?
Hello, how are you guys?
Hi, Tom.
Tom, thanks for waiting it out. Understand you're here for some business.
Yeah,
Do you wanna introduce it or do you want us to?
sure.
Okay,
So we had some work done to our backyard where we're trying to take out a bit of the garden area to expand the lawn area of our backyard. And Chuck came by when the work was being done and talked to him for a while about that. And so here we are.
okay,
Give the address that we're talking about, please.
sure.
It's 550 Summer Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Chuck, can you just give a little overview of?
Sure. So I was driving past 550 Summer Ave and I noticed that there was machinery in the backyard. And I stopped and knocked on the door and just said that, I noticed that there was work going on in the backyard and that some work needs permits and we ended up walking around taking a look and I saw that the backyard and the grass had been removed and it was down to like a dirt and then I was informed that some topsoil was going to go on it and then hydro seeding. There was a line laid out just in front of the trees, the more established trees in the backyard, and that was a no-go zone for the workers that were there that were doing this work. I think my concern was that I knew this house from a past chair of the Conservation Commission, and understood that the wetlands come up real close on the left-hand side, and I actually just didn't understand what the work was when I first went in there. So I didn't know if they were starting an addition, they were digging a footing or foundation, but as it turns out, they were just top dressing the lawn that and you saw the pictures. I think I have some pictures also, and I'm trying to get to those.
Yeah, so were any trees cut?
No trees.
I don't think any trees were cut, but there was some.
Any
Was there
shrubs
winterberries
taken?
that were cut back?
It looked to me like it was maybe hostas in the pictures. The before pictures had things like hostas, not shrubs, not trees.
Yeah, before picture had hostas and there's kind of an overgrown garden area that hadn't been tended to very well. There's a multiflora rosa in there, another rose bush, and a lot of daylilies.
Gotcha. Okay. But then along the back tree line, there's some ferns back there.
I think this is the one right here.
Okay.
Which picture are you looking at?
Well,
Okay,
I'm
same
not
one.
sure which is, from my standpoint, are the before and after pictures. Do you want me to share them, Chuck?
If you can, yeah, because I'm
Yeah,
having
okay.
a little bit
I'm
of
sorry.
difficulty at this moment.
All right.
If there's any grass at all in the backyard, it's the before picture because it was, and also if there's not a visible erosion control fence, it's a before picture.
Chuck, can you give me permission to share?
You should have it.
Well, interesting, yes. Chuck shared with the commission some before pictures and some during pictures. I shared some after pictures.
Yeah, I'm disabled from
Are you really?
sharing.
Hmm.
Yeah.
1 second, let me see if something happens with my setup. What do you want to look at? The ferns? I got it back on. There you go. Here we are, back in order.
Okay. So is this a before or after?
It's a before.
Okay. And then the other picture had hostas.
See if I can do something better here.
Other before picture had hostas. So it's just top dressing. So I guess, Mr. Island, what are you thinking of doing? Are you thinking of doing any additional work in the future? Is this phase one of you wanting to do something in addition to this?
No, this is it. This is it.
Okay. Do you, I mean, this is kind of one of those it's kind of an obvious question, so I don't want it to sound, bizarre, but, are you aware of where the wetland line is in the back of your property? And, do you have an understanding of where that limit is in the back of your property and what, if you want to do work in the future, what kind of permits and approvals are required?
Yes, we have an idea of that now. We were aware that we couldn't do anything with the trees at all. We weren't quite, I guess we didn't know about the 100-foot buffer zone with the grass, that we weren't extending anything, so we didn't know we required a permit for that part.
Go ahead, Brian.
Tom, I noticed there was a homemade looking flag just beyond the erosion fence. It's a red flag on a stake of some sort. Is that meaningful or?
It's marking out a poison ivy vine that's growing on a big tree there.
Okay, I couldn't tell if it was supposed to be some distance from something. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. There's a big poison ivy vine on the one tree that we're trying to make sure our kids didn't go by.
Okay, Chuck, do you want to say
Well, I was only going to say that this not only does have the wetland in the back, but it has the stream on the side. And, if there's no appetite to go after, the exact wetland line, then in the past, the commission has allowed top dressing and hydroseeding.
As long as it's really de minimis. I mean, I've seen some people come and say to us, I'd like to top dress, I'd like to just bring in a little bit of loam and just even out my lawn and seed. We came back and there were 2 feet of fill. So that's not, just want to make sure we're clear about.
Like I said, when I pulled in, I didn't know if there was, an addition going in the back and, had no idea. I mean, a piece of machinery to me
Could mean a lot of things.
Digging or doing what this one was doing. So
Be a pool.
as we talked through what was going on, it became more of a reasonable situation, and I think others have looked at it now, and I'm interested in what the commission thinks, but I would tell you about the top dressing and hydroseeding.
I did go by and look at the site, and it looked to me like the area that was hydroseeded left a good-sized buffer of wooded area between the edge of the lawn and the wetland, certainly in the back, and on the left-hand side for most of the way down along the street, it was a good wide area that was undisturbed. So, I think it looks like it was the edge of work was an appropriate distance from the wetland.
So just to push back, only because the homeowner's online, that's not what would be determined if you actually went out and did some soil augers and the vegetation. So the left-hand side comes way up almost to where the work is, and the stream brings that left-hand side within the 25-foot zone. There's a good distance, I would agree, on the right-hand side, because that drops down a bit, but it's deceiving because we're not talking water at the surface, we're talking about soils and vegetation in that area. So it's not clear when you, so, again, this was a discussion of many visits over there of what is wet and what is not when the house belonged to somebody else. So I'm feeling pretty accurate about what I just said.
Do we want to suggest putting some native plantings in along the area close to the stream? Would that help protect that stream boundary?
I think that they left some work there. Tom told me that there was some stripping going on out in that area, but that was a mistake, and he had stopped the workers from doing that, and there was still a tree or shrub and other things in that area. And what wasn't trees and shrubs was established lawn in the past anyways.
Yeah, I'm looking at a picture I took from the stream. I see undisturbed, I see the bushes, the shrubs that were not disturbed. I guess I do see trees right at the stream bank itself. And then so I see trees at the stream bank, I see bushes with mulch, or sort of or kind of mulch area, and then I see grass that was not disturbed as part of the work. And then beyond that, I do see the beginning of the hydroseeding. So, is it, I didn't measure, I'm at the closest point, does it go within 25 feet? Probably. Extreme side.
I'll just say, I wholeheartedly encourage you, Mr. Island, to, pursue native plantings in your backyard because it'll enhance the habitat and it'll also control the water better. It'll be a big benefit to the habitat area, and you've got a lot of habitat that you're bounded with. But if he was just planting a lawn, as much as I want to require that you plant some plants, some native plants, I think what you've put down is within the range of what we would have approved. So I almost sort of like, I don't see that damage was really done, as much as, now that you need to come before us for that type of work in the future, so lesson learned. But I'm not totally comfortable requiring additional plantings. I'll totally encourage it and ask you to think about it, but I don't think at this point that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Great, duly noted. Thank you so much.
But if other people, other commission members want to require a couple of plantings, bring it up and say your piece.
Further discussion? Hearing none.
Okay.
So,
Thanks for coming out tonight, Mr. Ireland.
Yes, thank you.
so I understand the bottom line is nothing.
Yep,
Okay.
yeah, and
Long and short of it is,
Whatever's done is done.
enjoy that.
it's really one of the
awesome
ones
piece of
that,
property.
if the commission went out and said,
Yeah.
can't have, but so,
If it went right up to the stream, or if it looked like it was changing where the lawn was in the back, moving
it was
it all.
deceptive, yeah, I mean, it was one of those areas where, if they keep it the way it is, then it's probably gonna be fine,
Yeah.
It doesn't kind of increase from here.
Yeah, there's no increased erosion, there's no
Oh, is that what it was? Someone was sharing my screen? I
So,
figure out why I couldn't get this thing to work.
so do you have any questions, Mr. Ireland?
I think he's gone.
I think we're okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
great. Thank you guys for going through this with
Okay.
me.
Do we need to have any sort of vote on this to say like no action taken or anything, or are we just done?
No, this was just a discussion.
Okay.
If you wanted to do something, we would,
And then vote on that, yeah.
yeah.
It would have come up.
Okay.
So, thanks for coming out, thanks for staying up late with us. You don't have to hang around it if you don't want to.
All right, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so
So it's late and you guys have already put in a ton of work this week. So can we move, Chuck, I'd like to move the rest of the agenda items to December.
get a motion?
Is there a motion?
So say motion to adjourn?
No, a motion to move the remaining agenda items to December 8th.
Do all new business things need to be moved per se?
Yeah, it's part of the agenda.
Okay, I move to take up all the old new business items that remain at our next meeting on December 8th.
I'll second.
Maybe it's good just to have a note in the minutes, you know?
How do you vote,
Sure.
Martha?
I vote in favor.
John Sullivan in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Rambo in favor.
Nikki Scanlon in favor?
Unofficially, I'm in favor too.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
You didn't even need to say it.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
2 thumbs up.
Okay.
Thank you,
All
everyone,
those in
for
favor?
putting up with
Bye.